myself away, away, away. I cause myself away, away. I cause myself we say our goodbyes and light up like fireflies, 'cause there's so many things left to explore. I don't know how to go. What's hard is safe with mine. I can't find the words to keep you, but I don't think I want to. 'Cause we're living it up alive, living it up alive. Just keep living it up alive, living it up alive.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to yet another fun day. Very nice, very chill kind of stream tonight because I've been kind of planning this for a little while, and so I figured, what better way than to have it be today, you know? Because, you know, we were all waiting for this to happen for quite a while now, because they keep on talking about wanting to do it. And so finally decided, hey, let's just do it, you know? So just say the heck with it, and we'll just do it now. But first I gotta go, hi everyone, welcome, it's me, Good Wagon. Feeling look good Dragon do VStreamer, where yeah, it's me, Good Wagon. But first off, hi Q. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, raiders, one and all. I'm Dragon, friend, local Dragon VTV streamer. I'm a variety streamer, play wide a variety of games, mainly gachas and Halo, but I do play other games from time to time just to mix it up a little bit, cause why the hecky not? So, yeah. So luckily y'all are in just in time to watch me trade out not one whole box, not two, but 3 whole boxes in Pokemon Scarlet, just to see what we'll get, and then in terms of, like, you know, the mons we'll get from the trading, because I only need one more to fill out the decks, and I don't want it to be like coordinate someone to try and trade off like a legendary for legendary, or do like a touch trade where it's like, hey, here's my Miraidon, but you gotta trade it back to me, because, you know, I would like to at least keep one, you know, to keep, because I don't want to trade out my other like Miraidon yet, even though I probably should. I just want to keep it in case, you know, something else comes along and it's like, oh, I just need this Miraidon for this and this Miraidon for that, you know? So, because I've done it before, where I did one whole box, did it on stream a while back, and took us like a couple hours to finally get through all like 32 selections in the box. Now I did it 2 more times for a grand total of, I think, 96. I'll have to go back and count again, but I'm pretty sure it's somewhere around like 90 mons that I've caught that I'm gonna be trading out in the hopes of getting a Miraidon in a surprise trade, because it is possible to get legendaries and paradox mons through a surprise trade, because this happened to me a lot. Well, I say a lot, but only got, you know, a Latias through a surprise trade, and then numerous shinies through a surprise trade, then also other paradox, you know, mons through surprise trading. So, you know, it's possible, but not entirely sure if we will get one, which I'm gonna be holding out for it in case we are able to get one. But it's been a long time in the process, so we will have to see if it will work, if we will get one. But who knows? We'll see if that's gonna happen at any point tonight. So that's the plan tonight. Is we'll only be doing some Pokemon. We might listen to some spooky stories as well. Just kind of like just hang out with, just have something going on to listen to in the meantime as well. But we'll see how that's gonna go. But again, I do truly appreciate the raid, Q. I hope you had a good stream. Hope Pal World was good despite getting wanted. I didn't even think you could get wanted in Pal World, because like I thought you could just run around capture whatever, and then build your base up, and that's it. I didn't even think you can run into, I don't know, like a town and just be like, hey, I'm gonna steal all your pals and just use them for my own means and stuff. Which is kind of funny, I'm not gonna lie. So, yeah. And then also a big hello to everyone else that's also here chilling, vibe, lurking, hanging out, all that good stuff. Just like the raiders. Thank you for the lurk. Much appreciated if you're gonna be lurking, just kind of hanging out in the stream and whatnot. Thank you. Just remember, you can either mute to the tab or you can turn the volume down on the stream. Just let me stream yourself. That way your view can still count. Helps out a lot more than you think, and I say thank you because you're awesome. But if anyone from the raid do have to head out for the rest of the night, take care of yourself. Hope your rest of the day and the night goes well, and I'll catch you in the next stream. But post-stream R&R, take care of yourself. Don't make me bop ya. You know, you're not taking very care of yourself. You know, don't be like me. Staying up till 5 in the morning, wake up at 9. Even though you don't have to go to work until 12, but you still wake up at 9 anyway. Because you don't want to go to sleep at a better time than 5 a.m. Don't be like me. Take proper, better care of yourself. And much appreciated with it. It's getting some something to eat, drink, stretch your leggies, use the restroom, go outside, taking them outside, laundry, whatever. Just take care of yourself. Please and thank you. So, before we dive in to start the trading, very briefly, VODs are still rolling out. Another VOD went up earlier today, so hope you enjoyed that. It was pretty good, just saying. Don't remember which VOD it was, but still really good, just saying. So VODs again will be rolling out for the rest of the week. So you have plenty to watch. And then on the second, I guess I want to say second, but the main channel. Again, latest video yesterday was the MCC highlight from last week, where we finished Halo 3, Lasso, and then started ODST Lasso. Has some really good moments in it. I will die on that hill. It was so much good stuff. And then of course, I will get to the ODST session from last night highlighted, and I'll save that for later this week. Now I'll probably also do it tomorrow, where I will get the ZZZ and the FGO Cuckoo polls highlighted, because there'll be separate ones to do. I'll work on getting those edited at some point. And then the video tomorrow is going to be episode 13.1 of the Shiny Gold Sigma ROM hack. It'll go up at some point in the afternoon. I don't remember when. And then I'll also get episode 32 done tomorrow as well. I'll probably get that done first, and I'll probably start editing the other stuff. That way I can get the ROM hack episode ready for next week. So y'all have something to watch next Wednesday as well. But yeah. And then as far as like the gacha stuff goes, not really much on the gacha front, unfortunately. They've been kind of quiet on all that stuff. Well, the only real thing as far as like with like GP or FGO is they hit like another like download milestone. I believe it's gonna be like 30 million or something like that. I think somewhere around there is probably what it looked like. So we might be getting something pretty soon from the looks of things. Well, that is NA. I remember seeing it somewhere. I just don't remember where. I know it was like the JPU, FGO account that was saying something about it. Luckily, I don't have to go. Yep, there it is. And it might have like a live stream or something about it. Which I usually, whenever they get that live stream done or like they started, it's usually always early in the morning, so I can never catch it. So if there is something, I'll probably have to watch it tomorrow after I wake up. Of whatever they announce for it, if there is anything for it. So, yeah, yep. But other than that, again, Tuesdays is usually like a very chill, nothing much going on kind of day, so don't really have to update much on anything, and not until Thursday. Usually not until Thursday, but yeah. But again, if you haven't followed Q yet, you totally should. He's an awesome friend, one of the coolest people you ever have the pleasure of meeting and hanging out with. So support them; they're awesome and much appreciated again. So, without any further ado, we'll pause the music, and then we'll swap over. And I realize I have the wrong option. No, that's the right one. So why is there no... Also, this doggo came up. But I'm just trying to wonder why... Why is there no audio from it? That is bizarre, and I don't understand why. Well, enjoy the music in the meantime, I guess. While I try and figure this thing out. Alright. Well, I gotta let Doggo out into the other room anyway, so I will be right back when I try to figure out what the fuck is going on. Yeah, I don't know what the hell is going on right now. It's like... Because before I don't know if it's because if it's related to, like, cleaning out the computer, that somehow was causing it. Which I don't think it would. So I wouldn't really be surprised if it is. Alright. Finally got it working. Shit. But in the process, the model stopped tracking. Awesome! Starting off the night strong with some fucking scuff, am I right? Finally got everything fixed back to how it should be. Sorry for the scuff. I didn't think that was gonna happen. But now we do. Now we do. Now we know what to expect later and how to fix it. Because goddamn, it took forever. But yeah, so this is what I was talking about before. Where when I did this before, I only had one box filled out, which okay. Alright, 30. Not 32, but 30. 30 Pokemon in a box, alright? 10, 6, 12, 18, 24, 30. Now that's one box. I have 2 more of these. For a grand total of 3 boxes filled up. That is 90 Pokemon that I will be trading out. We will keep track of how many fake shinies we'll get, of how many legit ones we get, because I also have multiple boxes of mons I got from trades that I'm going to keep. I've filled out 4 whole boxes and started on a 5th. So whenever we go to DLC at some point, I'm pretty sure most of the entries are going to be immediately filled out because of this. So whatever else we get, we'll just throw in here. If we still keep getting more, I'll rename the box to whatever and then just keep doing that. And of course, I should name these. Being like, trade out, or don't keep, you know, whatever. But I might just keep, I might change this one to be like, don't keep, get rid of, you know? It's all good right now. Alright, so now that we have this, so anytime we get a fake shiny, we'll put it in this box. And if I have to keep doing it for like multiple boxes, I will. But for now though, we have these 3 right here. I want to say this took me about like a few days to do. Because of how much I had to catch and keep on buying so many Pokeballs and whatnot. But yeah, so ironically, I actually started out just catching a bunch of Paradox ones just to trade out, and it's like just like a small hope that I may or may not run into yet another shiny Paradox mon, because why not? But just wasn't meant to be. But I did also do some Terra raids and just was like, I don't need you right now, I'll trade you out. So that's what I did with a bunch of these. So yeah, we have a lot to trade out. Which is the funny thing is, when I was doing like some of these like after streams, like I want to say it was like last week or like a couple weeks ago, I traded one out, and I believe it was a Rockruff, because I traded it out, and then like the next trade or the trade after, I got it right back. I was like, that's weird, I just traded out a Rockruff, I'm getting one back? That's surely it's not what I got. I checked the trader the trainer name, it was me. So my own Rockruff came back to me. Which, speaking of Rockruff, I somehow managed to catch 2 with own tempo. One was more like a trial run in case I somehow messed it up. Well, I got another one. Did, however, manage to get Dusk form, Lycanroc, so at least now I know. how to actually do it. Because you don't go by IRL time, you go by in-game time, which is very finicky at times. But there is a chance I actually can get Dusk form. So I now have all 3 Lycanroc forms, and also did a Dragon Terra Eevee, which I thought was hilarious. I just had to keep it, even though it doesn't learn any Dragon type moves, so the Terra type is pretty much useless. I'm still gonna keep it, because why not? Maybe in like the next main Pokemon game, whatever, maybe even Legends ZA, maybe they'll give an Eevee a Dragon type move, then I could just trade this thing over and be like, I can't. Or better yet, go from ZA into here, give it the Dragon Terra, and then be like, boom. The day 9 mechanic in. I'm assuming that's supposed to be Sun and Moon. But yeah, it was nice, but it was like, no, it was just like, oh, you want Dusk form? It's like, you either had to do 6 a.m. or 6 p.m. or something weird like that. It's like, you had 2 chances per day, and it's like, you either get up super early to do it, or you gotta wait till like the evening to do it. Which was just a really bad idea. It just kept to like, oh yeah, just have like this 2-hour window between like 5 and 7. Just get knocked out, easy peasy. But also, hey bejesus, welcome to the stream. Hope your day's going well. Yeah, this is the Latias I was talking about. Somehow I managed to get those baby. They're a surprise trade. And then of course these are all from Q. But we will probably get some legit shinies, which I'm hoping for, but we also got another iron bundle. Kind of roguelike rules for her armor crystals, test anthem whisper. Okay, you'll have to walk me through what would a roguelike rule be like for that. Oh, actually, no, it'd also be a pretty good idea. Do like not like a Nuzlocke kind of thing, but like where it's like you only use one armor at a time, and if that armor is like destroyed, you can't go back and use it. You have to like get rid of it. Kind of like a hardcore kind of thing. I'm curious about this roguelike. Lannis? Hey, guess what?
Disappointed!
First trade of the night, it's a fake shiny. Yay! Thanks for the ability patch. I put you there. Alright, off to a great start. Awesome! Face sorry with the worst armor in the game, you're worse than starting your no weapon, you will face missions quickly for kind of harder weapon. So what is everything different? You know what that kind of sounds like to me? It kind of sounds like a wheel spin kind of idea, where it's like before each mission, like you roll a wheel and be like, oh, what do I get on this mission? Oh, starter weapons? Okay. And it's like if you beat like one part before you get to like, I don't know, like, wow, back to back, Jesus Christ.
Disappointed!
But it's like, was like the breaks between like before like the boss fight or whatever. It's like, oh, if you beat, you get to that point, it's like, oh, you can do like another wheel spin. Then it's like, oh, we can get something good, or we might get something even worse for the boss fight. Which honestly doesn't sound like a bad idea. Like, it really doesn't. But yeah, I'm still holding out a little bit of hope, because before stream, I opened up more of those like the Pokemon card things from like the Happy Meal boxes from McDonald's, and then two of them, which was ironically back to back, had a Miraidon, the card, back to back in the packs. I'm like, maybe that's a sign. I need to keep track of pennies in price range. We now have 1 golem, 1 right on this dick. Come back right to 21 fixed. Yep. And I suspect we'll be getting a lot more tonight. A hell of a lot more. This is something like as well as I consider it for chapter. And now that's a roguelike, yeah. In my opinion, that's more a roguelike in my opinion, where it's just like, there's always gonna be like a permadeath kind of thing, where it's like trying to see how far you get, and if you die, like, oh, you gotta start all the way back over. Or have it to where it's like you have to start out with like level 1, and then it's like then it's like whatever boss you get done fighting, there ain't no way. I was about to say, there ain't no way in goddamn hell there's gonna be a shiny Articuno. Like, ah. Would it be cool to have one? Yes, but it's not real. It's a fucking fake.
Disappointed!
And yes, I will be hitting that sample every time there's a fake shiny, because I can. So you're gonna be hearing that a lot tonight. Which honestly, I'm kind of considering doing something like that whenever I do like the level 1 run in Code Vein, where it's like after every boss, it's like I have to use their weapon, you know, or at least some kind of like variation of it. Because, like, not every boss will have a weapon, so I have to find something as close as possible to it. I think that actually might be a pretty good idea, honestly. But also, Miraidon or bust. Whether or not we get one is entirely possible, but highly unlikely. Also, you know, the funny thing is, when that Articuno was on the screen, I actually was somehow able to be like, oh, I can tell that's a shiny immediately. Even though I'm not able to tell other shinies from regular colors, because I'm just colorblind as hell. I mean, I guess I could attempt like a permadeath run in. I'm gonna put that thought on hold real quick. I'm gonna put that thought on hold. Hey, stats so far. Pretty good. What's the trainer name? Yup! Thought so. Thought so. I thought so. But here's the thing, if that was a real shiny Heracross, I was gonna be so happy for it. Because low-key, I think shiny Heracross looks really good. It's like the one pink shiny I will actually be like, oh my god, I love it. Particularly for you, the Regice thing is a different gleam. Here's the funny thing. I think I have a shiny Regice in Pokemon Go. I could be wrong. I could be entirely wrong in thinking I have it when I really don't. Nope, I do not. Isn't shiny Regice just like slightly darker or like slightly brighter? Like barely. Now, non-legendary that's really hard for me to tell if it's shiny or not is probably a tie between Garchomp and Gengar. It's like, it's just like a very slight shade like difference. Yeah, I'm pretty sure shiny Regice is like very, very like hard to notice. So I think for me, legendary wise, might have to be Zapdos. I think Kyurem is like a purplish color. So we'll keep this one. This one is in a beast ball. We'll keep that one for sure. But here's the funny thing, I actually do have a shiny Zapdos in Pokemon Go. I think the only bird, I guess the two birds that I don't have are shiny Articuno and a shiny Ho-Oh. I tried to get a shiny Articuno, but it just never showed up, or a shiny Ho-Oh. And like when I say I tried for shiny Ho-Oh from raids and whatnot, oh, I tried so much. Karen's person blue eyes, blue for the yeah. I just don't remember what whether like Kyurem like black Kyurem or white Kyurem's shinies are. Actually, no, no, hold on. I would actually say the only other shiny legendary I'd say is probably hard to notice is probably shiny Reshiram. Because like, you can only tell by its tail. That's it. Like, is the tail like red or is it like an orangey yellow? And that's it. That's the only way you can tell. Does it have gold rings? Really? I thought it was only the tail. Have I been wrong this entire time? Shiny oh, damn, you're right. Oh. Yeah, that makes it actually way more noticeable. Never mind. I guess in like pixel graphics, like on like the DS and all that stuff, might be a little bit harder to determine. But yeah, it's like that's way more noticeable in 3D. Actually, I can just go to therapy. What am I thinking? Too bad you can't actually. Oop. Yeah, it's like shiny Zapdos, you can only tell because like it's slightly saturated, or at least like the yellow is. And then it's like you have to look at the beak and feet, because like those will be like a darker orange. And then it's like, oh, that's how you tell. But I wouldn't. I think after Gen 5, I think that's when they started to make legendaries a lot more noticeable. It's like Hoopa is like gold. Zygarde is like teal and white. Their aura is teal and white. Yveltal is red and white. Xerneas, I actually don't remember what Xerneas is. I want to say Xerneas is like a pink. Oh shit. Alright, never mind. Shiny Xerneas actually looks really cool. Because it's like a white body. And then it's like the neck up is just blue. It's like a baby crystal blue, yeah. Cyan, yeah. It looks so cool. I actually like it. As for all I have are tanky parts that I can throw hands. Actually, does melee damage even do anything in Armored Core? Like, it has to do some damage, right? Not like a lot, but at least a little bit. Ooh. Also on the Xerneas, whenever it's like its antlers like all light up, it looks really cool. Even in its shiny, it looks so good. Yeah, let's see. What other legendaries have really hard shinies? Sanuna. I know Diancie is like... It's like a very like hot pink, and the rock is darker. But at least hers is noticeable. As I say her, because it's literally a she. It's a female Carbink. You can't prove me wrong. Gearna has a really noticeable... Well, I say noticeable, but... Does Gearna even have a shiny? Now I'm thinking about it. Tapu Koko is like yellow to black. Tapu Lele is pink to black. Tapu Bulu is red to black, which looks really good. Tapu Fini is like purple to black, so all the Tapus go to black actually. I guess like normal Magearna's shiny looks hard to notice, but I guess in like the other one, like the original one, I think it has like a proper name, but I just don't remember what it is. But in the other one, it goes from red to black, which is very noticeable. Which already have a Alolan Golem, so we don't need you. Alright, let's go with Sword and Shield. I cannot take it right now. Fuck.
Disappointed!
And we went so long. We went so long without a fake. Let me just double check real quick. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this one's fake. So let me mark this one down. One mudkip. Because I heard you like mudkips. I mean, you could at least put on a fucking ability patch for it, like if nothing else. You know? You lazy bastard. How dare you? I mean, Zacian's meant to have very noticeable shinies. Zacian goes from like dark, like a regular blue, to like a light cyan, like blue. That is pink. Main things go to like dark blue. Namorous just gets lighter pink. That's slightly noticeable. And of course I say slightly, not very noticeable at all. Celesteela has like a noticeable shiny, or an Ultra Beast. I keep on forgetting what type Zacian is. So yeah, Zamazenta just gets pink. Zamazenta just gets pinkified. Like all the red and blue just gets various shades of pink. Urshifu goes from yellow to orange. I think most of these legendaries gets like very noticeable. Because Virizion goes to like a red. Let's see Scarlet finally, because I know all of the disaster ones are all dark type. Yeah, Bochian noticeable goes red. Chien-Pao goes from white to brown. So that's noticeable. Tinglu is slightly darker, goes from brown to gray. And then Chi-Yu goes, ooh, shiny Chi-Yu looks really good. Oh, the fucking Keldeo. Because I'm pretty sure, I think mythicals you can only get through like codes. Which it makes sense, but at the same time it's like, ugh. I think, isn't Shaman like the only mythical so far you can technically shiny hunt for? Because I don't care what anyone says, Deoxys is a non-mythical, is now counted as a legendary because with the addition of Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, you can catch this thing in the post game. As opposed to before, where you couldn't. So in my opinion, it goes from mythical status to legendary. Because of, you know, the Delta episode. But the question is, can you also shiny hunt, oh, what's the name? It's the counterpart to Darkrai. Oh god. I'm trying so hard not to look it up. I'm trying so hard to remember. But I can't. Oh. Fuck, I don't remember. Crystalia, yes. I was in my brain. I was thinking like something like along the lines of like, you know, like Celesteela, but I'm like, I know it's like it sounds like Celesteela, but it's not. I'm like, what was it? What was it? Fuck. Even Darkrai Arceus can be transferred of. Dina can be hunted if you use the DNS trick. Oh god, what was the DNS trick again? I don't remember that. Like I've heard of it, I just don't remember like the process. Actually, aren't you able to catch Arceus in Legends Arceus? Because you should be able to shiny hunt into that, right? I know you can shiny hunt in it, but I don't know if you can shiny hunt for Arceus specifically. I'm also curious what the shiny hunt process for Darkrai is in, like, Gen 4, which includes BDSP. $11. 3 more, and then it would have been $7.11. Get it? But is that considered legal, though? Perfect info. You need a hospital that doesn't need a password. I'll just use my phone. You have to have the money BDSP for having RC. Hey, walk me through the process for shiny hunting the one in BDSP. What are your stats? Defense are higher. Attack is higher. Attack and defense are higher. I'm gonna keep this Tyrogue because it might evolve into something else way later. The gray ammo tracker for this trip. Because it says you can get an ammo mentality. I mean, you didn't even. Yeah, I'm just like curious of like if someone did that nowadays and wanted to use it in like a competitive format, if it would be legal in that situation, you know? This is why I was like, if there's, so I need to, if someone is like even like remotely like invested in like the competitive side, it's like I could just ask them and be like, hey, if someone did this, is it still considered legal to use? And it's like yes or no. Because if they say, oh yeah, it's legal, you can do it, and I'm like, alright, I'll do it. I didn't have an impotent way back here. I'm at Grim Snarl, so... Well, I guess in that aspect, I would probably think it'd be fine. I would probably do it myself as well. True. True. Yeah, I guess it really does depend on the person's like stance on that, I guess. I'd probably be okay with it, you know? The only unfortunate thing is that I don't have a DS. Nor do I have the games either. You know what feels really good right now? Not having a fake shiny. Haven't had one in a while. And it's just a nice breath of fresh air. So far we only had 5. 1 Golem, 1 Miraidon, these nuts, 1 Articuno, 1 Heracross, and 1 Mudkip. Guess I heard you like Mudkip. Going back to shinies, I just don't like any of the shiny future Paradox at all. The only one that I really do remotely like is Iron Thorn. That's only because it goes from green to like a shiny chrome, and that's it. Iron Jugulis, it goes from like black or blue to chrome. But all the others, they just go chrome. And it's like, they're already chrome. So one part just goes chrome. And that's it. So for like a vast majority of the future Paradox Mons, their base colors look way better. Yeah. Which, like, don't get me wrong, I love the way, like, most of them, just, like, their designs are really cool. It's just unfortunate that their colors are a little lackluster. Like with Iron Valley, it's like, it's still chrome. The only thing that changes is like the green part of the cape, and that's it. So it's like you're so close to making this so good, and yet here we are. Which is why I think the past Paradox Mons just look 1,000 times better. Like, Raging Bolt looks so good. It's literally just like regular Raikou, just slightly better. Gouging Fire's the same way. Walking Wake, same way. Just shiny Suicune. Miraidon goes red to black, and the feathers change, and it looks so good. Oh yeah, Regidrago, I completely forgot about you. Oh yeah, Regidrago is like the only other Regi where it's like... it barely changes color. Like, it goes from black to like... a charcoal gray, and that's it. Oh my god, a shiny Phoebus. Hopefully this one's not a fake. Oh no, it's a fake. Oh no. Could have seen that coming. Oh no. I'm so sad that the fake shiny Phoebus isn't an actual shiny. Oh no. So sad. Oh no. Wait, speaking of Phoebus, I fucking hate the fact that it's like... now the only way to get a Milotic is to trade it with a heart scale. So annoying. They should have just made it like a stone Evo after Gen 3, Gen 4. Because at that point it's like, oh, you can't raise its beauty level anymore. Like you could in Gen 3. Or you just have the heart scale be the evolution stone, or just have like use the water stone while it's holding a heart scale, and you're good. Would have been a hell of a lot better. But I can see why they did what they did. Oh yeah, shiny Thunderous. I could like more purpley. Regieleki. I mean, Regieleki you can kind of tell because like the yellow is more saturated and the rings go from blue to white. So it's definitely more noticeable. Oh. Speaking of other shiny legendaries from Gen 8, can we all agree how lazy it is that they gave the Galarian birds like their OG counterparts as shiny colors? Like... like, come on. You could have made Galarian Moltres instead of... I know, yeah, it's like... like they gave the Galarian forms like the OG's colors. It is just like, here's the shinies. When instead they could have just been like, hey, let's just take the black of Galarian Moltres and let's just make it white. It would look really cool. Or with Galarian Zapdos, it's like, oh, we can change it from orange and black to like white and yellow. Again, would look really cool. Because then at least it's like they have at least a color from their OG counterparts. And then with like Galarian Articuno, it's like you could make that one pink, but have like the like around his eyes, have it be like a crystal blue, you know? Like OG Articuno color, like just make it that. Or like its eyes and its tail is like the blue. It will look so much better than just. Yeah, we need to see what shiny Zarude looks like. Well, they made Zarude slightly darker, and then changed his chest from gray to light brown. I guess also made his face and palms wider. That's definitely noticeable. Okay, those are not actually birds, they're all forms of them, yeah. I will say though, if they decide to do more like regional variants of legendaries, I kind of want to see them do. I don't mean like paradox forms or anything like that. Like I mean like actual regional variations. Is I guess the only other ones really would be like the roaming ones, like Entei or Raikou and Suicune. Because you can't really do Gen 3, because there's only one of them. Can't do Gen 4, because there's only one of them. Gen 5 is the same way, because there's only one of them. I guess you could do the genies, I guess. Have regional forms of them. Gen 6, you can't really do it. Gen 7, you can't, because Tapus are tied to Alola lore, so you can't really do anything like that. Gen 8, you can't really do it. Gen 9 might be a slight possibility, but again... might be a bit of a stretch. And maybe you could also do the Swords of Justice, I suppose? Have like regional forms of those. And another fake. Oh, and it's actually Alcremie. It's actually really nice, shiny. This one hurts my heart a little. That one actually hurts a little. This is such a nice shiny. It just looks so good. It just sucks because it's not a real shiny. Ugh. Oh, I almost forgot.
Disappointed!
Nailed it. Oh, hi, Mark. I did not hit her. I did not. I did not do it. Oh, hi, Mark. Bulb. I'm just kind of curious. What is a shiny? What does shiny Screamtail look like? Psychic Fairy. Ooh, I actually kind of like shiny Screamtail a little. Because at least I actually made it different from the fucking base color. Whereas fucking shiny Jigglypuff and Wigglytuff is just... its eyes are the only different color. Wait, where is this from? I kind of want to keep it just for that sticker. Let's just do this. Yeah, so shiny Screamtail is like more saturated pink. His eyes turn more like a reddish orange, and like the end of his tail is like a really like hot pink. I didn't see who the person was. Ow. Oh no, Iron Valley just goes all chrome instead of white and green. Which I think it's actually kind of funny that they made Iron Valiant like a combination of Gardevoir and Gallade. Which again, design looks good. Shiny color. It's just chrome. Man, there's so many Charmanders now. Jesus. Never finish your shiny alchemy collection needs to at some point. Because there's... Is it 7 or 8 different, like, berries or candies? That will... I would determine like what it turns into. I remember I did it once back in the Sword and Shield to get an alchemy, and that's it. I did it once, and I don't think I ever did it again. Like, I don't think the swirl itself is any... I have to look it up. Because I think it's the berry itself. Oh wait, yeah, because you have to spin at a certain time of day. Right. Right, I almost forgot. Oh, nothing. I was looking at because you talked about wanting to do like your alchemy collection. I haven't had Poliwag. And I was talking about like I was looking at them real quick. I was talking about like how to get like the different swirls or alchemy. I thought it was like the candy or the berry you gave it, but it's actually when you spin at like whatever time of day. Oh yeah, just like you have to spin one way to get a certain one and just spin the other way. Yeah, I remember now. Yep. Yep, spin clockwise quickly during the day. Spin counterclockwise quickly during the day to get a different one. Spin clockwise at night. Spin counterclockwise at night. The ones that really suck is like the ones that are like, oh, you have to spin over 5 seconds. Yeah, I'm looking at it right now on a Cerebi, and it's like spin clockwise for more than 5 seconds. Spin anti-clockwise for 5 seconds. Spin for 10 seconds. And then it's like at dusk. It's like on top of getting like the right time, you have to spend for a certain amount of time. Like, good luck. I mean, we already have a Charmander, so we don't really need Charizard. Do the other ones have like a different sticker on them? I might keep it just for the sticker. Or the marking on it. Yeah. You know what? I'll keep it. Fuck it. I'll keep it. Milster, you sound like a rocket. Just said the amateur. No. Milster is like, hold my beer. So I can spin. Yeah, I don't remember which one I went for. I think I just went for like a strawberry one and a spun during the day. And that's the only one I ever went for. Not shiny, just normal alchemy. Because there ain't no way in hell I have the time and patience to try and get like all of them, and then be like, all right, now it's time to get shinies. You still need like what? 7 times. You have to get like 45 shiny alchemies if you want each one, and just like a few just in case if you mess up, you know. Alright, shiny Alolan Graveler. Oh, so it doesn't matter when you spin for the shiny, it's just they're all the same. I guess that makes it slightly more bearable. Okay, no rainbow, no blue, no... Okay. So I guess you would just need to get 7. Yeah. So you can each have one different berry or whatever candy. And then just gotta make sure you spin at the proper time with the proper duration to get the right one. Insane at the end. I mean, that's like... Because, like, here's the funny thing. Even just getting the shiny Lycanroc for each form is already, like... That's just too much work. It's like, yeah, it's easy to get... You know, like midday and midnight form, because it's just, oh, you just get a shiny Rockruff evolved during the right time of day, and then that's it. But for shiny Dusk form, it's like you have to get, you know, a shiny Rockruff, have it be the right ability and to evolve at the right time of day. Is like, that is so much work. I'm trying to think of what other mons have like a split evolution other than Eevee. But Eevee is like manageable because it's literally just, you know, stones or time of day, or have it learn a fairy move and then you're good. I mean, Ralts isn't too bad, because again, like, use evolve it normally to get Gardevoir, or use a... I forget which stone you evolve to Gallade. But you use a stone for Gallade. That one's not too bad. Jesus Christ, another one. Uno Quackly. Thanks for the ability pack. Now you can fuck right off. Yeah, I knew it was like a stone. I can remember the proper one. I know it was like you have to use like a dusk stone for a lampent. I think you have to use a dawn stone on a Togetic to get a Togekiss, I believe. Cause I think Gen 4 was like a little odd with like, hey, we have 2 new stones. And it's like, here's a dawn and dusk. Crocodile. I don't know what I think is funny is that you could have a male Kirlia and still have a male Gardevoir. But for Gallade, if you have a female Kirlia, it won't work. No, pretty weak. Hold on. Pokemon Go. I'm not gonna lie, I thought I had a male Kirlia, it turns out I do not. Which is unfortunate. But it do be like that sometimes. Mike? Like Magic Mike? Also, you know what they should have done? For... You know, Shiny Charmander? Is that they should have made the flame blue. Because that way it's like... 'cause it's already hard enough to tell between shiny and normal Charmander. It's like shiny Charmander is like slightly... you know... or transparent orange is like a lighter orange. Just slightly noticeable if you look at it close enough. But to actually make it noticeable, they should make the flame a different color. I mean, it's like, oh, get a shiny Charizard, have a blue flame with like the black color of a shiny Charizard. It would look so good. Alright, another fake shiny. Let's go. How many more are we gonna get tonight? Oh my god. Yeah, I can finally tell the difference between regular and shiny Alolan Vulpix's. Shiny Vulpix would have like lighter blue on his feet. Regular one would have like a dark blue. Thinking I remember things. But not really. Another Fido, enjoy your paradox. I definitely don't need it. Also, I think the only future paradox spawns I've really got the most, I think, are Iron Jugulis, Iron Bundle, and Iron Hands. And that's it. I think I've only got one Iron Thorns this entire time. Well, another fake one. Now we're on the fake shiny train. So this is lucky number 13. So they should have changed the color of Gengar's eyes when it becomes a shiny. Just make it like a, I don't know, like a white, blue, you know, something different. Ooh, they can make it black and like this eyes are yellow. I mean, it's like you know for sure that it's a shiny. And I just have like Is this a slightly transparent purple? Miraidon would be awesome. Miraidon would be awesome. We got the card, so give me the real mon. We got 2 of them, cause we just got lucky. So please, universe, just send one my way. Ah yes, good old Scrappy. Also, I'm actually kind of surprised when I unplugged the other webcam a little while ago that it just didn't tank my entire computer while streaming. I'm actually kind of surprised it didn't do it. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick because I really need to use the restroom. So we'll let this one trade roll and I will be right back. Right, way back. I might move myself over a little. There we go. So, doggo cam back in. Now that cam's not working. Oh, now it is. It just took a while for the camera to warm up. Again, I know the camera is a little bit on the small side, at least on the layout, but side duck? I don't want a side duck. Ah! I know I didn't do it before on the other fake shinies, so I'll do it for what, like the last what is it, like the last like 5 that we got?
Disappointed! Disappointed!
Now, is this one gonna be real or not? Stats appear to be okay.
Disappointed!
A little bit closer. I like this one. You're good, doggo, you're good. Get back down. Good. Down. Okay. What side, duck? Nice, nice. 9 out of 10, I approve. Nice, nice. Alright, another fake. And this is gonna be a Porygon 2. Called it, it's the Z. I'm just surprised at how many there are. When it comes to like all these like bot like trade accounts, you know? Because we know there's at least 19 Nessas that send out fake shinies. Speak of the devil, and they shall appear. Another hunter. You know, Outlook is not good in terms of getting that Miraidon. I mean, we still have 2 whole boxes left to go through. So who knows? Maybe one of those boxes will be it. Or unless someone just like, hey, I got one, you can have it, I don't need it. And it's like, alright, cool. Leon! Leon, help! Leon! Leon, help! Leon! 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 Leon, help! Leon, help! Leon! Leon, help! Meanwhile, I'm just like, shut up, bitch. Which I just hope that they made that a little bit more bearable in RE4 remake. Because that was just annoying to constantly hear anytime she gets picked up in RE4. It's just like, oh god. It's like, here we go again. Ooh, like, cat bite. You know, the funny thing is, I'm pretty sure I'll run into a shiny Gabite. Probably before I get a shiny Gibble. So that's what happened with the Hydreigon. Got a shiny of that before I even got a shiny Dino. And another Charmander. Alright, where's my Bulbasaurs? Where's my Squirtles? I mean, I have a Squirtle, but you know, it's right here. But where's my Bulbasaur at, you fucks? Yeah, I have 2 out of the 3. Where's my boy at? I need my Bulby boy. I need my child. Funny how I talk about Dino and then it shows up right there. Level 15 Dino, how the hell do you get that? I can't even catch a Dino early on? I don't... Unless it's from a tunnel, maybe. I think other than that, I don't think you can. Brother. Alright, place your bets. What's the next fake shiny gonna be? Is it gonna be a Cresselia? Is it gonna be a Bulbasaur? Is it gonna be another Haunter? Will it be any of the starters? Or will it just be like another Trevenant? Oh yeah, what does a shiny Gimmighoul look like? Now I'm thinking about it. Oh, little creature on the inside is a little bit whiter, and that's it. That's gonna be hard to tell. Jesus. Oh yeah, shiny Goldingo is a monstrosity of a shiny to look out for. Because all it really changes is like its eyes and like the lines. Goes from gold to like silver. But good luck trying to tell that apart from a distance. Huh. I don't know why, but I'm yawning up a storm. Like it's bad. Oof, Weirdo Nero. Oh, the name. Wait a minute, is this my Gardevoir that is sent out a little while ago? Would be funny if it was. No, it's not. It's from Sam, brother of Dean. Good old Supernatural. No, I need to get back and resume watching Supernatural. It's been forever. The show is so good. I need to get back and resume watching it. It's just all the other anime I've been watching has been taking up my time. Yep, it's a flamingo. I would not be surprised if this is actually from way earlier. That somehow made its way back. That'd be funny. Hey, we found Dean. First we found Sam, now we have Dean. We have the brothers. Yay. Actually, I'm pretty sure that's what the W is supposed to be for. I'm pretty sure. That's just funny. Oh, another fake one. What's it gonna be? Ooh, we haven't got a Tepig yet. At least this group. The Berry-chan. At least they named their shinies. That way it's like I don't feel as bad when I have to fucking release them. It's like, don't blame me, because I have no attachment to you. I will put you down like old Yeller. See, y'all know that Alomomola is the same, is spelled the same forward and backwards? Amazing, right? We call it an anagram. Because it's the same forward and backward, just like race car is the same forward and backward. Yeah! Yeah, race car, forward and backwards the same, I know, right? Hey, we got Cynical. And the funny thing is, have not gotten a shiny Chikorita yet. Da. Wow. Hold on. I gotta do the Cynical one.
Disappointed!
And now with the Fuecoco.
Disappointed!
I think we've almost maxed out one whole box. On just, fake shinies alone. Which is kind of sad, I'm not gonna lie. It sucks. Alright, Aiden, what you got? Ooh, a breath of room. Hey, if I could just get a shiny, legit one, that way I don't think it just put it 6 feet under, it would be pretty cool. But honestly, I don't know if we'll get to the third box. Because we'll get to the second one, I just don't know if we'll get through the second one by the end of the stream. I couldn't remember if I had one or not. Alright. Since we'll still be here for a while. At least for the next few hours at least. Let's go ahead and listen to some, spooky stories. While we keep on trading out.
I know I usually don't say anything at the start of these compilations, but hear me out for the next 15 seconds. Most of you aren't getting my notifications anymore. Can you please check if you're still back to the spooks? Have a good night. I want to share with you today a story I call The Door to Hell. It happened in Portland, Oregon, 1994. But the story...
Also, some of these are actually kind of good in terms of like the spookiness. So if you're not really a fan of horror or suspense stuff, yeah, I've been warned.
The story goes back way further than that. In the area of southeast Portland, just a hair's south of Flavel Street and 52nd, there stood an old historic mansion. It had that semi-Addams Family vibe to it, and it was haunted as hell. Anyway, let me break you down some of the past. It was commissioned by a Union US Civil War veteran. He had it built so his wife, son, and daughters could move in. He became the most prominent dog breeder in the area, and his wife made and sold dolls. Sometime along the way, the old soldier suffered a significant breakdown. He began to abuse and torment his wife and children. but the son got the worst of
It's now floating.
He would beat the boy senseless with his cane and then lock him in the door to the hell cubbyhole. In the end, the butcher killed his wife, daughters, and then himself. His son had been locked inside that cubbyhole and eventually died to his injuries or starvation. Concerned businessmen were worried when the soldier hadn't come to some meetings of the local Chamber of Commerce, so they sent out some people to investigate, when they found a horror show. From 1875 until 1974, the house jumped from owner to owner. All saw the customized large Dutch colonial mansion and wanted it for any number of reasons. All would at some point endure similar supernatural events there. And in 1974, the final owners turned the house over to the local historic society. In 1994, my friend Nick's family bought it from the historical society.
That's the year I'm from.
When my friends first moved in, we would hear the sounds of dogs barking, yipping and whining in the basement. However, they didn't own a dog. Lights would constantly turn on behind you or off when you walked into a room. Faucets would turn on by themselves, and random objects in locked rooms wouldn't be there where they were left. On many occasions, my friend's family and I would swear we would hear the grandfather clock chime 13 times at 6:30 in the morning. Many of us felt what could be described as a gentle touch, like a family member placing their hand or shoulders. It had weight and pressure, and we would turn to find no one there. This was made even worse when one of us had our back to the wall. There was one occasion when my friend, his older brother and I witnessed what we would later believe to be the ghost of the original owner. This happened when we saw a man ascend the staircase beside me as I went downstairs to use the bathroom, but there were no elderly men in this house, which leaves one to speculate who it could have been. There were also several times when driving up the long driveway, a dark figure would be watching people driving up the house in the third-story window on the north side. Almost every time this happened, no one was home. The eldest daughter complained constantly. She'd at random times in her room hear the sound of someone behind her, sniffing her hair. She would turn, but be alone in the room. Furthermore, she constantly had her door locked due to her brothers constantly bugging her. Twice while watching movies in the living room, we all heard the loud and heavy noise of something moving across the wooden floor of the second floor. Somehow, a near 200-pound wooden bed and frame had moved almost 9 feet across the room without disturbing the contents of the bed. In my opinion, the second scariest thing happened one night while playing D&D in the living room. At one point,
Alright, just a random ass Chinese Silicobra, I guess.
Got up to do
Number
a
3.
mild bit of body acting for a scene. She moved to the
Alright,
bed
cool.
window and placed her hands on the little seat there. Her character
I
was
mean, I'll
building up
keep
to
it.
some sort of loud outburst. She
I can
screamed
just
to the
evolve
effect
that
of,
one later.
"Lord Cravington, I've had enough of you," without warning. When 3
Which is weird because I already have 2 of those, and it's like, here's the third one.
as if someone was
like,
beating
all
a
right.
fist on the other side. Seeing it was still light out, we could see there was no one there. This was followed by a voice screaming from the 3rd floor, "Keep it down, you rotten girl." That made us all nope the hell out of there for the night. Finally, there was
Right, another fake one. What is this gonna be?
in that 3rd-story suite.
Hey, a
We
Totodile.
discovered there was a hidden door in the wall. It was a hideaway closet. Behind that door was a second and smaller door. The moment we all discovered it, we were overcome with this utterly massive sensation of dread. We opened it. Inside was a smallish crawl space. The inner walls of the space were covered with claw-like marks as if made with human fingernails. There were darker stains in the wood, when we washed it out to get a better look. On the inside of door 2 were weakly carved words that read, "This is the door to hell." To this day, I and anyone there that day constantly have this door appear in our dreams.
Oh my god, it's
appears
shy as me.
randomly. Like, imagine you're walking into a classroom of your high school. You open the door in your dream, but instead of your classroom, it's that third-story suite with a door to hell. Each time you see it, you're progressively closer than the last, and a feeling of predatory desire washes over you, like you're the prey. After this, my friend's family decided it would be best to get a Catholic priest, as they were Catholic, to attempt to cleanse the house. But from what I remember, it wasn't successful. And the family wasn't in a financial position to move out for quite a while. They finally got a chance to move out, and shortly after, the house wound up being demolished in the year 2000. The Historical Society had deemed the house to be too dangerous to preserve and too expensive. The repairs needed were excessively expensive, so they deemed it best to demolish it. The lot can be viewed on Google Maps today. From the supernatural and paranormal perspective, the door to hell was studied a few times. The first was around 1927, when they reported more poltergeist-like activities, stating things did turn off and on, doors slammed on their own, and stomping footsteps could be heard. In 1954, some students from OSU went to check it out for themselves, and they reported much of the same. The last and final inspection came around in 1997, when Nick's family asked a group of Portland-based ghost hunters to check it out. They reported some of the more severe events, which included the ghost touches and sense of abject dread from even looking towards the door. I'm glad it's no longer there, and feel great sorrow for the family who suffered.
I keep on thinking, anytime I see like the yellow Tatsugiri, I always think it's the shiny one. And I have to remind myself, no, there's different colors of them.
Around the age of 3, I would have
And I hate it so much.
Upon waking up, I would sit up in my bed, and in the doorway was a family of 3 standing and looking at me. A mum, dad, and little boy. They all wore old-looking clothing, and the mother was in a dress that had a poofy bottom. I would always get really scared and cover my eyes, but when I would peek through my fingers, they would always be coming closer, eventually right next to my bed. They would tell me that everything was okay, and that I just had a bad dream. Then, the mum would caress my hair, and they would stay with me until I fell asleep.
Ultra Gemini, I love the name.
A little after I turned 4, I was watching Toy Story and decided I wanted to blast off just like Buzz and Woody at the end of the movie. I was wearing overalls that day, and the family in my room told me that if I lit my bed on fire, I would be safe. So I snuck around my house and found a small pack of matches and lit my bed on fire while sitting on it. Naturally, everything caught fire quickly, and my mum rushed in and pulled me off the bed. She described it as the ring of fire surrounding me, but none of the fire touching me. We all survived, and only my bedroom had to be prepared. In the ambulance, my mum asked me why I lit my room on fire, and I told her that the people said I would be okay. Meanwhile, my parents also saw the family in the house as well. My mum recalls seeing a little boy run through the wall, and she heard someone whispering her name.
I'm pretty sure they wanted that kid to not be alive anymore.
Lights turning on and off, and small objects moving around. Some of these things happened in front of family and friends, and on one occasion my great aunt, who is a medium of sorts, came over to the house with family. My parents didn't tell me the story until I was older, but she went up to my dad and said, "There's a family that loved on this land, and they're still here. They want to see you live." She described the family exactly how I described them to my parents. Fast forward to the summer I turned 6. My parents wanted to till the backyard and lay down grass. We had a close family friend come and help us while they were tilling when they hit something deep in the dirt. When they pulled it up, it was a huge bone that matched with what a femur would look like. My dad and our friend pushed it back down the dirt and stopped tilling. We didn't move from that place until I was 7, and I'm 28 now, and my family and I never forget everything that happened there. I was born in '94, and that house still exists in San Jose, California. It was actually a garage that was converted into a cottage, and it sits behind another house. I now have a 5-year-old daughter, and have done my best to protect her from anything paranormal like that. In hindsight, my parents feel like they should have called the police about the FEMA, but everyone was in such shock that day that they just put it back and rarely spoke about it. I believe that for a number of years, my family home that was built in the 1960s by my grandparents from my father's side have been haunted by several different paranormal entities over the course of decades, just because of major differences between the happenings themselves. It's a 2-story house with my parents and I sleeping on the 2nd floor and my sister and grandparents on the 1st. For me, however, this began around 15 years ago. My older sister was the first one afflicted. In a short span of time, she began having constant sleep paralysis experiences, which I know aren't scientifically related to anything paranormal, but the folklore of my country relates them to a specific entity known as the Dark Man. You might call it a sleep paralysis demon or shadow person. At first, nothing was thought of it, but these became so frequent, it was starting to weird my parents out, as well as myself and my sister. Soon, more things started happening in addition to this, like her waking up in the middle of the night with something invisible pulling on her long hair, causing her to freak out and call out for Grandma who, with lightning speed, ran over with a bottle of holy water, sprayed the place and prayed with my sister. Another time this happened, whatever was playing with her hair appeared to blow in her face, freaking her out even more. The most shocking thing during the beginning of these happenings came when my mother, my sister and I were all in our living room watching TV, when suddenly from a fully awake state, my sister shifted into this state of sleep paralysis. It took a few seconds for my mum and me to realize what was happening, when we noticed her shaking with her eyes open on the sofa, struggling to let sound out. When she finally woke up, she let out a blood-curdling scream, crying and yelling at my mum and myself, saying that it got her and asking why we didn't help. She was visibly shaken and pale. My grandma, of course, arrived with her usual remedy, and even my father, a skeptic, walked out of my parents' bedroom, freaked out by the scream. My grandma remembered that in the local law, if a person wanted to be protected from the Dark Man, a piece of clothing from the person's father needed to be placed on them, serving as a shield. So we tied my father's belt around her waist, and she went to sleep in my room, as she usually did when things like this happened. Still distraught and frightened, she asked me to get her a glass of water. So I went to get her some in a plastic cup from the water dispenser to hand to her. As my mum was still in the living room, and my bedroom door as well as my parents' bedroom door were open, we all witnessed this next part. As I approached my bedroom, the plastic cup exploded in my hand, splitting on all sides, water bursting out my hand. My mum got up immediately and came over. Everyone was in shock and speechless. My dad first thought that I had dropped the cup, but upon closer inspection the cup was torn all around in perfectly straight lines, almost as if someone had cut it with a scalpel. Safe to say, not much sleeping had been done that night. Since that night, my mother and I began experiencing sleep paralysis. For her, just a couple of times, and for me, until this very day. Also, nightly noises started appearing in our house, different than the house setting. Chairs moving, clinking dishware, mainly on the 2nd floor, and especially when we weren't home. At one point, my grandma even searched the 2nd floor, suspecting a burglary, as she heard the old wardrobe in my parents' room open, in addition to chairs moving. But when she reached the room, the wardrobe was open and no one was there. These incidents prompted my sister to visit our local priest. After explaining the situation, the happenings, and the nature of the haunting, the priest concluded that a lost spirit was inhabiting our home and was for some reason reaching out to my sister wanting to become known. My sister was a little relieved after this, knowing that the spirit meant no harm. She even called it Samuel. Well, now it was time to figure out who the hell Samuel actually was. There were a few theories. The first one concerned when my grandma was a little girl on her way home from school. She had to pass through a cemetery every day, and one day she saw some
You
pretty
never
flowers on the
name
grave.
a
She
ghost.
picked them and
Then
brought
that
them
ghost
home
is gonna
without
form an
telling me.
attachment and it won't leave.
That night, she woke up
Then
to
you
an
done
invisible
fucked
force
yourself.
grabbing her by the leg, trying to drag her out of bed. She felt as if she knew whatever was dragging her wanted those flowers back. She woke her parents up, and her mother said the same thing, and they discard or return the flowers the next morning.
Do I have a
From that
Finnegan?
day on, she knew to never take anything from a graveyard again. It could have been that this entity remained attached to her and moved with her from her childhood home to our house when her grandpa built it. Since it was only a couple of houses next door, the second one was that the ghost was probably my grandma's father, my great-grandpa who I'd never met. This was thought because before he died, he said to my grandma,
I don't.
"If I am gone, and you ever hear something moving in the attic, know it's me." Coincidentally, the attic eventually became the second floor of the house, where most of the noises and the cup incident happened. It's also worth noting that my sister and I shared my room before she moved downstairs.
Alright, one box
So
down.
it could be connected somehow.
On to the second
I
one.
truly don't know. Other incidents soon followed. My mother once felt a strong press on her upper body when she was nearly sleeping, and thinking Dad put his arm around her with his full weight. She asked him to move the arm, and after she got no response, she asked again. Complaining that it was hard to breathe, she eventually had enough to the point of crying and yelling at him to stop, only to realize he wasn't even turned towards her in the bed. He was turned the other side, and woke up wondering why she was screaming to begin with. She still remembers this vividly, and it frightens her to this day.
Good old
I remember
Vico.
one night I was playing PS2 games quite late, and had gone to bed without realizing I forgot to turn it off, and my LED light-up joysticks remained plugged in. I woke up in the middle of the night and the TV was off, but thank God the PS2 was still working and the joysticks were glowing. I couldn't stand the darkness with everything going on. I remember looking at the PS2 and the light, when suddenly the joystick unplugs itself, and in an instant, I was left in total darkness and panic within the room. I wake up and run to the light switch, which remained turned on for the entire night. This was soon followed by my dumbass once again late at night watching TV in the living room. The stairs are connected to our second floor at the beginning of the living room, and are separated by a thin metal strip from the living room floor. In total darkness, I hear footsteps coming up the stairs. I yell out to my sister, believing she is going upstairs for a drink. As I get no response, I realize that there isn't a chance in hell that my sister would be coming up the stairs without turning the lights on, as she never sleeps with the lights off since this started happening, up to this very day, at almost 30, but I digress. I sit up on the sofa frozen, listening to each footstep
Wait, do I
as it
have Willoughby?
comes closer to the top of the stairs. Finally, I hear the metal strip on the top step clanking, as if someone had stepped on it, and I run for the hills, or should I say for my parents' bedroom door, frantically banging on it and screaming for them to let me in.
I
sat
don't.
in their room for the rest of the night.
Oh yeah, I'll move that over
The
later.
most bizarre thing during that first round of hauntings happened during
Usually from the
broad
community.
daylight, and
Hey
it's
Tigris,
truly unexplainable in
welcome to
every way.
the stream. Hope
My
your day's
grandpa,
going well.
grandma, sister, and I
It's going pretty
were all
good. Just
heading
doing
next
some
door to my
some
aunt's
trades.
house that afternoon.
Just doing some trading on Pokemon tonight. Still trying to get the last mon that we need. Just being somewhat hopeful that we'll get it through the surprise trading. Being cautiously optimistic, I should specify. Because we've gone through one whole box already. We're on the second box, and Now we're just listening to some spooky stories while I keep on trading. And the little creature you see on the camera is actually a doggo. He's just laying in there. Also yawning quite a bit, but that's besides the point. Son of a bitch. Kinda hoping that would have been not a fake. Because, you know, it would have been a Phoebus, but... Nope. Yeah, so we almost have a full box of fake shinies. So if anyone didn't see what all was in there, I'm actually keeping a track of them because at some point I will have to get rid of them. So I can put more in there. But so far we have one Golem, one Rhydon, one Articuno, one Heracross, one Mudkip, two Phoebus, one Alchemy, one Psyduck, one Alolan Graveler, one Scizor, one Quaxly, one Alolan Vulpix, two Haunters, one Charizard, one Trevenant, one Porygon 2, one Tepig, one Cyndaquil, one Totodile, and one Milotic. Okay, it would be Team Milotic, but you know, what we got before was actually a Phoebus that then evolved into the Milotic, so I count it as a shiny Phoebus. Because I think the total so far is like... I say it's been like 20 fake shinies so far. Make that another one. Another shiny Phoebus. Right, that's 3. God damn. See, 3, 6, 9, 12, 24. That is 24 fake shinies. Which is insane. So there's gonna be some people who are gonna be getting some Paradox Mons out of this box. Yeah, after I get done with all these trading, then I'll worry about going through a DLC. Cause we're gonna by that point, someone will have a Miraidon. It's like what I really don't want to do is have to buy Violet, go through the game all over again, catch a Miraidon and then trade it over to here. You know? Which, of course, that would only be a last-ditch effort if nothing else works. Yeah, hope you're doing well, Tinkers. Another Eevee. Oh, speaking of Eevees, so apparently in this part of the ROM hack that I'm at, apparently the gym leaders are gonna be having unique evolutions. Minus Norman, because in Gen 3 he's the normal type gym leader, so he doesn't have an EV or evolution. But I'm pretty sure like all of them will probably have at least a evolution of some kind. And so barring like the original 8 that you can get from like a regular EV, like, you know, Vaporeon, Jolteon, Flareon, Umbreon, Espeon, Glaceon, Leafeon, and Sylveon. Those 8. Apparently you can get one of the other typings, but the only way to do that is if you go back to the bug catching contest area and you have to run around in that grass, and apparently it's like a 1% chance of getting an Eevee. But, and the reason why I say 1% because I think you have to find the Eevee, and then once you catch the Eevee, then you have to see what the Pokédex number is. And if the number is like 133, I think it's 133 because it's like the normal Pokédex number for an Eevee. It's like the original Eevee. But if the number is like 300 something, like it's supposed to be way later, it's supposed to be known as an eternal Eevee. And it's only by catching that other kind of Eevee is how you will only get one of the other evolutions. Which, some of the designs look pretty cool, I'm not gonna lie. Like, they're actually really good. It just sucks because, like, it's such a low chance to get that particular kind of Eevee. But it's also the only way to get the other evolutions. And since I'm now in Hoenn, I'll have to go all the way back to Johto. Run around there for God knows how long before I'm able to even catch one. And if it is the right one, then I have to find whatever item to evolve it to get what I need, and then I go all the way back to Hoenn. Just to be able to keep on progressing. wrong one. Don't want to trade that one out yet. Damn it, okay, just excited to finish up Blood number 2 tomorrow. Nice. Nice. Also, you can tell the doggo is asleep. Sorry, she just kind of snorted. But you can tell how relaxed she is because of how her ears are. Fuck. Make that 2 scissor. Actually, oh wait, I can't do surprise trades in Area 0. Otherwise I would love to just run around there while trading. And just be like, oh, let's just run into different Paradox Mons and see if any of them will be shiny. Oh, another fake one. And it's a Poliwhirl. I mean, Politoed has a really unique shiny. It's like, it looks like the pink and blue look really good. I'm just sad because it's like, it's not a real shiny. Oh, sorry. It's it do be that kind of night where you just want to relax and just lounge around, vibe. Jesus Christ, back to back to back fake shinies. Wow, that's the first one we ever seen of that. Florges. I mean, shiny Florges doesn't look bad. Like, it's actually really cool. It just sucks because it's a fake. Oh yeah, that's like the other thing. Because going back to like the whole shiny Alchemy, shiny Rockruff, Lycanroc, and all that stuff. Getting like the different flower Flabébé, I think is what it is. Flabébé, Floette, one of those two. Because like there's 4 different flower colors, I think. 4 or 5. So it's like you have to get one of each shiny and then evolve it. Which isn't too bad if you really think about it. It's just trying to find that one and then having to find it all over again, but a different color. Whatever, I have a sucker just so I just needs to look around. Maybe. Maybe, but I have to have like a tree or something for it to safely be on. You know? Huh, lordy. Cause like if it's just gonna be lounging around, I don't want it to be like in the way if I'm going somewhere and it's like right there. And it's like a potential chance to like fall over or step on it. Cause then it's like, we need to build you a little like a little jungle gym tree outside area for you to play at. Like we don't actually get stepped on or crushed while we're trying to do stuff, you know? Devastator's maybe bad, maybe better. Just lost like all that thing, yeah. It's like I said before, like it wouldn't be bad to hug, it's just I just don't want to be in the way constantly, you know? Another Komo-o. Out of curiosity, which one is higher? 75? 74. This one's... This one's... female. Soundproof. And overcoat. You know what? Probably wouldn't be bad to have. So we'll keep this one, and if we decide to do something with it later. Who knows? But then I could use those two and just breed them. You know? Try and get a shiny, I think it's Jangmo-o. I think it's Jangmo-o, Hakumo, and then Komo-o. Pretty sure. Looks like I can get it when you feel sleepy. I'm already feeling sleepy. So it would do nothing. It would have no effect on me. I am perpetually sleepy all the time. Maybe because I only get about 4 hours of sleep a night, you know? Maybe that's why. Oh, hello, Kevin. So even if we don't get through all of the all these boxes tonight, I'll probably still keep trading throughout the week or whatever until I get through all of them. that nickname for a Miraidon? No. It's a Hatena. Which I think we already have. Pretty sure. Alright, if anyone sees Hatena, point it out, because I might miss it. And we have a Hatterene. Oh, there you are. We do indeed have a Hatena. So yeah, I won't know when I'll be playing through the DLC. But I will at some point. It's just, I might wait a little bit. Because I want to play through FF7 Remake. We'll play through Lasso. And I would probably at least one day a week of Lasso. Not sure if we'll do 2. It would be a lot faster to do it like 2 days instead of 1. The funny thing is that it'll actually be the first ever Pokemon game where I've actually gone through DLC. Well, paid DLC. That wouldn't really count, you know, the Delta episode as like a DLC because it's like a post game. I've yet to do Sword and Shield DLC, which I might do at some point. Just so I can be able to do the Dynamax adventure. Another Charmander. Anyway, we'll resume listening to the spooky stories because we're in the middle of listening to one, so we'll resume that for a little while. Keep on doing the trades and whatnot. So as always, if you don't like spooky stuff, you've been warned.
And my grandparents went before us, as I was still doing something in my room, and my sister was in the bathroom. It was always practice in our house that the last person to leave takes the keys from inside the front door and locks it up before heading out. So I run out the house, telling my sister that I'm going, and she replies that she won't be far behind. I close the door behind me, and my sister tries to come out of the house maybe half a minute after me. She reaches the door handle and realizes that the house is locked. The goddamn house was locked from the inside after I left, and she remained the only person in there, meaning no one was there to lock it. She unlocked it as fast as she could and ran out, telling me that it was impossible someone locked her in. We told everybody. We checked the locks, tried to reproduce it, but it was impossible. The key had to be turned 6 times for the door to be locked. That was the last major thing. We just learned to live with it and accept it. As my sister accepted this, Samuel, and truly no more incidents happened for a long time. At first, we didn't spread a word about it outside of family and friends. But when some time passed, I told my classmates, and one of them actually stayed the night after my birthday party. He was so intrigued and wanted to hear the noises for himself. My sister knew this and actually tried to pull a prank on us by knocking at our door late at night after the party. And he and my other friend, who were also sleeping over, got scared crapless, so my sister revealed herself. But the next time it happened, a few hours after, my friend woke me up to say that something was knocking out there again. I opened the door, but this time no one was there. My sister was in her room fast asleep. He kept asking me what the hell that was, and I couldn't give him an answer. I was too afraid to, but I was used to it. He never slept over again, and tells the story a lot. Well, those are the stories. After a few years, it started to get watered down, so I'm glad there was less activity in the end. A major chunk of the population in my birth country believed in the paranormal and black magic, which is why it is believed that a large amount of ghosts
Another
and
Leon
spirits reside there, because they are attracted to the community who believe in them and uses them. When I was around 6
Oh
years
my
old,
god,
my family decided to
a
rent
Dusclops
a house
is
to live in
not
for
a
few
fake
months
shiny?
because of the renovations being done
What the
to our
fuck?
actual house. When my parents checked out the house, they found it odd. They just had a weird feeling about it, but they decided to rent it. When my dad received the keys, he looked around the house and locked all
pretty
the
sure
doors
this
and
one is
windows before he took
good.
me and my brother to see it. But when he went outside, he saw the balcony.
Oh, we
door
already
on the
have
top
one.
floor
Never
wide
mind.
open
I can
and
trade that
swinging
baby
open.
away.
He thought, weird, but maybe he just forgot to close it, so he went back in and closed it. A few days later, my parents took me and my brother to go check it out and pick out our rooms. We went around and played in the room connected to the aforementioned balcony. While we played, we heard the doors shut and the balcony doors open.
Oh
We
yeah,
tried opening the
Q.
doors, but it was locked.
When do you want to do the those EVs again? I meant to ask earlier, but I just remember now. Rodolfo. Almost like a Stoffo, except Rodolfo. Oh my god, it's a Wartortle. Too bad we already have a Squirtle. Otherwise, this baby would be kept. So someone else can have a Wartortle. Now, unless it's a shiny one, in which case we'll keep it. Drea. At least we're getting different stuff now. You know, at least we're getting new stuff, or that's actually new. But stuff we haven't gotten before, or at least in a while, like a long while in trades. Sayaka. Oh my god, it's a Crocalor. Or a Crocalor. With a sombrero made of fire. And we're back to Sam. Guess we already have a Cyndaquil. I'm pretty sure... What is it, ribbon? Huh. I mean, I might keep it just for the symbol, because, like, I'm pretty sure it won't evolve into the Hisuian Typhlosion, because I'm pretty sure, like, you have to evolve it while it's in Legends Arceus and then trade it over. Because otherwise, I think it just becomes a regular Typhlosion. Although I'm still down to try. If it actually becomes a Hisuian Typhlosion. Also, I'm just waiting for the day when someone will send over a shiny male Gumby. And just for anyone that doesn't know, a shiny male Gumby does not evolve. You even have to be a female one if you want a shiny Vespiquen. Because a friend, they made the good idea of just having a male Gumby, have it be shiny, and then just do nothing with it. And then later on, they're like, hey, let's do the same thing with the Salandit. Only the female can evolve. So if you get a male shiny one, get fucked. It is essentially useless. It's a nice shiny, but you're kind of boned. So I know someone did the Terra Den for that Altaria. Is this 75 and it's a dark? I think most wild, like Altaria, even if you get like a Terran one, I think it's still either going to be Dragon or Fairy, like 99% of the time. I don't think it changes to anything else. We already have a horsey.
through the balcony doors that were closed before are wide open. We yelled to our mum to help us, and she rushed to the room and opened the door with her keys. We were crying and ran to our mum. Our family is Christian. We have a ritual of anointing and praying over a new house we would be living in with oil to cleanse the place. My parents did this a week later. Afterwards, we moved into the house, and when we did, odd things started happening. One day at night, we heard the sound of grating metal. The next day, we found the metal sink in the kitchen had claw marks in it, as if scratched by an animal. My grandpa's driver, who stayed in the extra room while making house repairs, had a nightmare and woke up, unable to move and seeing a large black bear sitting on him. We figure this may have been sleep paralysis. My dad had a similar experience, being unable to move and seeing a weird figure in the corner. My mum started to get weird spasms when she was holding a knife, and especially only a knife. It would usually result in her dropping the knife and it narrowly missing her feet. My brother started seeing weird shadows that looked nothing like
Guys,
the
this is
object
for sure
projected.
probably gonna be
I was
at my
really
top.
young, but I do remember random weird feelings and
So we'll
noises
save that one
would
for
wake me
sure.
up at night. The housekeepers started getting into accidents, like falling more often and glasses shattering randomly when they were not holding the glassware. After a week or two of this, my parents figured something was haunting the house and called my grandpa, who was a priest. They did a more in-depth anointing and praying, even us kids joined in. Afterwards, our stay was mostly peaceful, but we moved out after 3 months. A few years ago, my brother's high school friend moved into that house, becoming
Also,
our neighbor.
look at how
Weird
adorable the
things started
doggo
to
is right now,
happen
just
too.
sleeping.
Random scratches on the walls and furniture, glass shattering, things falling over, and nightmares. Their family believed in
Doesn't
the
she look
paranormal,
adorable?
so they called a spiritual medium over. Usually, spirit mediums in my birth country are pretty legit because of the deep black magic influence. The medium spoke to the spirit. The spirit said that they were enraged because a few years ago, they were forced out of the house into a neighbor's home, wreaking havoc until they were able to return 3 months later. The high school friend asked the neighbors about any incidents a few years ago, and they mentioned an episode where the glass coffee table shattered and her toddler got toppled over by a big bookshelf. He told my brother in passing conversation, and something clicked. The timelines matched up. During our stay, the spirit was forced out of the house due to our right, but of course, then returned, more angry than ever. My house was built in the 90s, and my family has lived in it upon its completion. There is absolutely no reason for my house to be haunted or demonic, yet unnatural things have always happened in my home. I've heard footsteps in the attic and have felt uneasiness, but mostly things that I could reasonably explain as, oh, squirrels, maybe I'm just scared for no reason. That was until a few years ago. Every Christmas, my family would come over and stay the holidays in my house. I was around 16, and my room was taken over by my uncle, meaning I had to pack my stuff and move to the couch in the living room right next to the Christmas tree. One night I was trying to get to sleep earlier than usual, around 9 p.m. I just wanted the night to be over with, and I was lying there listening to the Christmas tunes my tree played, when suddenly I could hear small silent whispers. I tried listening closely since it sounded like it was coming from the tree. I wanted to confirm it was, and was bored and couldn't sleep anyway. But the whispers only got louder. It was unintelligible. The whispers were clear, yet I couldn't hear anything they were saying. I got up and stared at the tree and asked, "Who's whispering?" Everything turned dead silent, except for the sound of "O Little Town of Bethlehem" playing from the tree. Staring at the tree, I took it as I was losing my mind and laid back down pretending nothing had happened. That's when all hell broke loose. A loud and clear whisper, as if right next to my ear, said, "He can hear us," and a barrage of voices overwhelmed me. I'm tearing up remembering it. I could hear the whispers this time. Help us! Save us! I was terrified. I didn't know what to do. I wanted to run, but I was scared to acknowledge that I could hear them. Finally, I got up and ran like hell to the room where my parents were watching a movie. I don't really know how to end my experience. I slept in their room, and since then, I am yet to hear the voices. It's weird. When I recount or remember this experience, I begin to tear up for some reason. When I was 19, my best friend was diagnosed with stage 4 ovarian cancer. We knew her cancer was terminal, and she had a life expectancy of 5 years at most.
Damn.
Her and I would talk every now and then about passing on, and how even though I was healthy, I could always go before her in a car crash or some other way. We made a pact that no matter which one of us left first, we would return to let the other know that there was more to life after death. She eventually passed away from her illness at 22, leaving behind her husband and 3-year-old son. She passed away on Sunday at 8:20 a.m. I remember the call from her husband vividly. He asked me to bring her son to the hospital because she had passed away. That day was a complete blur. I couldn't find myself to come to the reality that she was no longer with us. It all felt unreal. We were allowed to be with her for a few hours in her hospital room before she was taken away. But while we were there with her, I was in complete shock, and my mind just couldn't process it. But I didn't cry. Leaving the hospital was so strange, because at the time I had no children, and my life revolved around my work, my home, and her. She lived a few minutes from my job at the time, so I would always leave work very early to see her, whether she was at home or the hospital. I loved her so much, I could never be away from her. So now knowing I had to go home and try to process that I would never see her again, threw my life for a spin.
Another
That
Fuecoco.
night I couldn't sleep. I just kept trying to make sense of it all. In honesty, I don't even remember the thoughts that were going through my head, but the feelings of loss and confusion were very prevalent in me. I couldn't sleep at all. At around 3 a.m., I felt the most beautiful and reassuring feeling I have ever felt. I felt what I can only describe as a warm hug take over me from head to toe, and I fell asleep. That night I had a dream. In my dream, I called her husband to let him know that she had written me a letter. He then tells me that it's funny because she left him a voicemail. He then asks me to read him the letter, so I read it to him. In this letter, she tells me how thankful she is that we were in her life. She thanked us for taking care of her and loving her, and asked us to please watch over her son.
God
She
damn
is
it.
okay and no longer
Another Porygon too.
She also tells me that we will be okay. As I finish telling him about the letter, my mum comes into the room and wakes me up. She asks me for a pen and paper. I hand her a piece of paper I had and she starts to write. When she finishes, she hands it to me saying she doesn't know why, but something told her to write this and to give it to me. When I read the letter, it was word for word what my best friend had told me in my dream, and she signed it with her father's last name. Now my mum only knew her by her mother's last name. No one outside her close relatives and myself knew what her father's last name even was. So I was very confused as to how she signed it with her father's last name. I asked her why or how she wrote this to me, but my mum didn't know. She just wrote. I explained to her about my dream, and she was as surprised as I was. Immediately, her husband called, and I told him about the letter in my dream. He agreed. They were all her words. My best friend came through with her promise. This made me a believer. I know there is more after death. My parents bought a house built in 1848, Ontario, Canada. I was retrofitting a cabinet built into the wall to accommodate a safe and accidentally uncovered a sealed up hallway and room. 2 years earlier, my parents had tried to insulate the exterior walls by blowing in fiberglass insulation from the outside. They couldn't figure out why they kept running out of insulation. Well, the hallway had about 3 feet of insulation on it, and it had also spilled into the spare room. Sitting neatly on top of the blown-in insulation was a saucer and a teacup, set as though tea may be in it. It was totally empty though. No insulation ever got in. We took pictures and discovered tons of orbs and some plasma-looking images that looked almost like a winged creature. Seriously strange. I work for a
Spooky.
200-year-old church, and I believe it's haunted. The church campus consists of the sanctuary, the office, the empty, decrepit house where the priests used to live that was later used as a meeting space until it was condemned, and a cemetery, with the oldest graves being those of the War of 1812 soldiers. All of the buildings have stone exteriors. A priest died in the house in the late 1800s. He was old, so nothing nefarious there, but he still haunts the place, which seems odd to me, since he was a priest and obviously believed in heaven. Why would he stick around? When I first started working there, I was in the office with a member of the congregation who told me that on several occasions, when they left the old house and turned off all the lights, they would turn around and see lights that had switched back on inside through the windows. I believe in the paranormal and have had experiences myself, so I was intrigued. When I left the office that day by myself, I turned off the lights and the last light switch. I felt an almost electrical buzz through my finger. The office itself is old, so it wouldn't have surprised me if something wasn't grounded right. I didn't think anything unusual about it. I went back to my desk to grab my things and lock the door, and the light switch I had turned off was on. Keep in mind, this was the same day as I found out about the priest. I've tried asking him again to show me any sign that he's there, but he's never done anything else in the 4 years I've been working there. I've seen flashes of light in the dark, windowless rooms. I'm not sure if it was paranoia, but I saw a
Indigo.
man cross in front of my headlights and vanish. He had dark hair, wearing a white shirt. I once unlocked the deadbolt on the door to the church, and when I went to turn the knob to go inside, something turned it the opposite way in my hand. This was during the COVID lockdown, so there was definitely no one else inside. When I felt that pressure, I ran. I've seen motion detector lights outside turn on by themselves, and when I've jumped in front of them by waving my hand, they never come on. I've heard this one from my boss, who's a priest. The organist was practicing by themselves in the church when a pencil went flying across the room. My boss also told me that members have said they've seen the priest looking out of the windows of the house. The decrepit house is supposed to be torn down within the next year or two. I'm not sure how it will affect the priest who won't leave.
Don't know if I have a
Maybe
seal or
he'll
not.
finally find peace.
Could this be our seal of approval?
I'm going to take you back to my college days. My roommates and I moved into this house that hadn't had any tenants in a few years. The first day when I was looking around, I could have sworn I saw someone in the attic but brushed it off. My
Yep, we
roommate
do.
also mentioned the doorknob turned on its own when he went to grab it, but again, old house, we brushed it off. Things seemed normal for the first few days. The house was noisy, but we blamed it on being old. We did notice the 3 doors down the hallway always seemed to have a different configuration every time we came back, but 4 people lived there, and we continued to ignore the little things. The end of the first week, the people living on the attached house to ours called us. They were a bit spooked. They had told us everything on the walls had simultaneously fallen off. We helped them clean up and kind of talked it out. We had decided to stay as it was our first day alone in the apartment, and I was laying in my bed, staring at the closet door, wishing it was closed. For whatever reason, the door being open made me uncomfortable. Suddenly, it slammed shut. I just froze, looked around, and then audibly said, "Thanks?" I quickly packed up and then went to my significant other's apartment. 2 weeks or so later, I came back. At that point, the energy was pretty bad. Not everyone was getting along. And our times coming and going, my significant other complained that it felt like someone was pushing them on the stairs. Apparently, several others had had this issue, so we called maintenance. Maintenance comes in and rips up the stairs, stabilizing them, then puts them back down. This changed nothing. But for whatever reason that night, I decided I would stay. That night, I was laying in bed chatting with my roommate when our third roommate walked past. The moment they walked past the mirror on the closet, it bent back and slammed against the closet door. We were all spooked.
Oh,
So I
damn.
got up and pulled on it, trying to figure out what happened. Turns out it was bolted to the door. I get back into bed, incredibly spooked, when the fourth roommate walks past our door. The mirror rattled against the door. I get my things, get up, and tell my roommate and their significant others that I'm going to my significant other's apartment. They were both like, "You're gonna just leave us here?" I responded with, "Yep," and immediately bailed and never went back. It wasn't soon after, when the third and fourth roommate had their sorority over for a meeting, when smoke allegedly started pouring out of the light switch. Maintenance came and didn't find anything, but they complained it was a fire hazard, so the apartment company moved us into a new apartment, splitting up the group. I still to this day have no idea what was up with that house, but whatever it was, did not like us there.
See, I would do the same
I've had
thing.
some paranormal experiences.
I would do the same thing. Like, if anything, if any of that shit happened to me, I'd be like, nope, I'm out of here. And just like, y'all can have fun. With your whole like supernatural experiences in this room and all this shit. I'm out of here. Not staying one more minute or nothing. I'm out of here. It's like I've seen enough for one night and my ass is getting out of there. No siree, I'm going to a safe place and I'm gonna be staying there forever. Also, I don't know why it keeps on doing like the whole error thing. I don't know if it's because like connection between the other person, my internet, or just whatever Pokemon server it is. At least we're getting new stuff. So there's a very, very faint glimmer of hope that we can still get a Miraidon. Alright, what is this shiny gonna be?
As an adult, and have done some low-key
Ooh,
investigating.
camera up.
Nothing compares to the weird experience I had in my grandparents' home in Virginia. They lived in a very old home with lots of bedrooms. We would visit every summer for a week or two. The attic was comprised of a few rooms and a bathroom. My grandparents also had a ton of antiques and odd items in these rooms. The house always put me on edge. I remember seeing a man sitting next to my bed in chains at night. On top of that, it felt like eyes were on you in many of the rooms. My mum recently reminded me, and I would be terrified to sleep at this house. It gives me chills just thinking about it. About 2 years ago, I had a quite nice and strange job as a companion, an office manager to a countess who lived in a castle in the country. The castle was built in 1730 and was the residence of a very famous noble family. My dog would never enter the small chapel because of the polished marble floor, I guess, but run around the other parts of the castle very merrily. But in front of the chapel he would growl, raise his fur, and turn around. He spooked the tourists completely out with it every time. After about 3 weeks, I felt for the first time that I knew what haunted meant. Before that particular feeling, I'd never felt this before, anywhere else, before or after leaving the castle. It's very hard to describe. It came down on me in the dining room, when all of a sudden, it was like a heavy, dark cloud spread over all, like a feeling of something jumping on your breast. It grew heavier, darker, and stronger the longer I stayed there. I could not bear to spend the night there anymore. Every day I have a very strong feeling of, get out of here now. After 6 months, I left the job because of this eerie feeling.
I think this is a shiny Cubchoo.
Because I really liked the old
I'm
lady.
pretty sure
The
that's
most
a
terrifying
shiny.
thing for me was to get to know what haunted feels like, and would not recommend to be curious about it. When I was 8 years old, my mother and stepfather decided that they were going to move to northern Arkansas for them to have better job opportunities. It just so happened that they chose to buy a house that was about an acre.
I kind of want to give it the benefit of the doubt. Because all the stats say best. Says it's from a Lola. And it's level 1. So I think we'll keep it for now until we can know for sure. So we'll keep it. But we'll put it there. Because I really want it to be a legit shiny. Because actually it's kind of adorable. So we'll keep it there for now. And then if it does turn out that it's not a real shiny, then we can just get rid of it. But I'm hoping it's not. That someone was like shiny hunting on you know, Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon is just like, it's like, oh, it's shiny Cubchoo. I don't want this. Someone else can have it. And then just threw it out. Which I'm sure some people have done that before. You know? Right into a fake shiny. Shiny Annihilate. I have no idea how you spell Annihilate. Oh, there it is. Any high leap. Alright, back to spooky.
Away through open fields from a late 1800s to early 1900s cemetery. There was an old abandoned hand-built church that stood on the property that was no longer in use, and me and some of the neighborhood kids used to go and play in there. Nothing unusual had ever happened or given me the spooks until my 9th birthday. My mum made me invite all of the girls in my class at school to my sleepover party, and after we were done doing presents and everything, she told all of us to go outside and play. So the first thing I wanted to do was take all of my friends over to the church house to show them around. One of the girls that was sort of a loner anyway left the group and went weaseling through the actual cemetery, which was something that my mum had told me never to do. So the girl and I wound up getting into an argument, and she decided to go stomping on the graves and be disrespectful to the dead.
Oh, hell nah.
Tattled, of course.
Oh, hell
So
nah.
my mum made us come inside as it was getting close to dark. We all got ready for bed, and we were getting settled down in my bedroom when all of a sudden the door slammed shut by itself, which freaked all of us out and made us scream. So my mum came barging through the door to see what happened and told us all to calm down, blamed it on the air conditioning, and said we needed to get laid down. After a few moments of her walking away, we all got nestled in, but hadn't turned the lights off yet.
Another
The
shiny
doors slammed
Cyndaquil.
shut by themselves again, and it started rattling and vibrating on its hinges. My mum came bursting through to see which one of us was causing the ruckus, but we all told her what happened again, and she still didn't believe us. So she shut off the light and left the door open.
Hello.
Mind you, I
Hello,
was
girly.
deathly afraid of the dark.
You have a good nap?
And since the other girls were there and couldn't sleep with a nightlight on, my mum wouldn't let me use mine.
Wanna go night night?
So
Your
when the
proper
door
night-night
slammed
in your
shut a
bed?
third time, and the room was once again thrown into complete darkness, I went absolutely berserk with sobs and
Is it a
panic.
yes?
At that
Are you
point,
gonna
my
go
mum was
night-night?
getting downright pissed off because she thought that it was us. She opened the door,
Is that a yes?
pulled me out of bed,
We're good night night?
told the girls that they had better get quiet before she had to start calling
Alright.
parents, and she made me go to sleep on the couch in the...
Yeah, we'll pause there. Alright, so I'll get this trade underway. And then I can get the doggo off to sleep in the beddy bed. So we'll probably take this opportunity to take a little break, and then we'll check what we got when we get back. But for now, if anyone needs to get something to eat, drink, or do whatever else, now would be a good time to do so. And once we get back, we'll keep the training going and keep on listening to the spooky stories. So, little break, and we'll be right back.
Such a pain to close my eyes. I'm falling in this deep immerse. Would you ever show merde. Qui je suis, putain. Va falloir que je me lève. Que je recommence à zéro. C'est comme ça que ça se termine. Une balle dans la tête, deux balles dans le ventre. Mais putain, faut que je me relève. Que je me casse. Comment je vais pouvoir me sortir de là?
Won't you say why you're a stranger now? Your eyes escape mine when I sit you down. Don't you feel like we're holding on onto a fairy tale, but the magic's gone? Been months of bluffing the blushes and faking the butterflies. Wake up, yeah, I'm kicking the castle down. Ooh, yeah, I think it's time to talk. Ooh, yeah, I think it's time
children used to run and play. Look at all the mess we made. Guess I never know where it went wrong. Sometimes I feel like oh that's sad, 'cause we're old and people forget. In this crazy world I don't belong. I see fire burning but I close my eyes. Everything is falling out of place. I see trees ripped from the ground but nobody makes a sound. I see fire burning but I'm fine. Now you're nobody.
Alrighty. We is back. So, apologies, for the break. But I needed to, get the doggo off to, her bed so she can actually get some proper sleep. And then that way, you do not have to be on the floor, so you be in a comfy bed. But hi, it's me, your dragon. Hello. So as always, I do truly appreciate y'all hanging out, chilling, vibing, lurking, hanging out, all that good stuff. Much appreciated. Excuse me. So just thank y'all very much. We got drink and we have a little snack to munch on during the trading. So we'll probably keep doing this for probably a couple of hours, see how many more we can get through. If we can get through, the second box before the end of the stream. But yeah, we'll see how this is gonna go. So will we still get anything good? I don't know, because we have yet to get the Miraidon. But it is what it is, though. So we'll see if we can get anything. Because so far it's just been fake shiny after fake shinies and nothing worth keeping. So I don't know. We'll see how the rest of the stream is gonna go. But as always, again, very much appreciated y'all hanging out. I hope you're still enjoying the spooky stories, because it's always nice to listen to when we do the trading. Which we haven't done that in a while, the listen to spooky stories while we do whatever else. I think it's been a long while. But yeah, we'll see how this can go. So, without any further ado, let's pause that, and we'll swap back over to here, and let's see what we shall get in the trade. And then, of course, we'll have the spooky stories going. Fuck. I don't know how that managed to get done while in that process, but damn, that was funny. That was super quick. I've never seen a shiny Hydrapple. It's actually a nice shiny. It just sucks that it's a fake one. I hit the wrong button. Just look at this. Like, it actually looks really cool. And it's a nice shiny, too. It just sucks that it's not real. I gotta mark that down. One. It's funny because it's the first Hydrapple I've even got. Which, will I get my own Hydrapple when we go to do the DLC? Yes. I have at least one more, I believe. I have the Applin, I have the two other evolutions, Appleton and Flapple. I'm saving the third one for Hydrapple. It's funny since they're all grass dragon types. So rare. Nice. Ew, stunky. But let's get back to the spooky stories.
Pitch darkness while I cried into my pillow where no one could hear me. I had gotten used to this, since my mum always treated my night terrors with little to no empathy. The next thing I know, I feel something pull my covers down a little, so I get stiff as a board and peeped my head up, just in time to see this black, hairy-looking fog thing slithering back down the couch towards another, bigger, black, hairy-looking fog thing that was connected to it, that was resting on top of the entertainment center. I was frozen in shock. At this point, I couldn't make a sound until this thing had gotten halfway across the living room and was almost to the couch. Then I finally let out a blood-curdling screech. My stepdad finally came in this time, and when he flipped on the lights, the fog thing vanished. I was hyperventilating, so he told me to come and get into bed with them. I finally calmed down, went to sleep, and everything was fine for the rest of the night. Fast forward to the next night, everyone had gone home and it was back to the normal routine, so that I could get ready for school the next day. When I laid down, I felt like something was watching me, so I insisted that my mum let me use my nightlight, but she wouldn't budge on the issue, and finally agreed to leave the hallway light on with my door cracked instead. I did my little whimpering like usual, until I was finally drifting off, and saw this fog thing coming towards me again, but I was too tired to wake myself back up. The dream that I had that night was one of the scariest things I've ever dreamt of in my life, and it became a reoccurring dream for the next few months. I always woke up in a sweat and jolting myself from my bed to run to my parents' room. One night where the dream finally ended with me being ripped to shreds by these three little demon-looking things, which hadn't happened any of the other nights. I never had that dream again, but I also have only had a handful of dreams ever since. It's like my mind decided to shut itself off from the traumatic experiences the dreams were giving me. That, or the entity decided to start hijacking my dreams from me. I'm not really sure. My belongings appear to reappear in the most random, obvious places, specifically keys, not just mine, but others as well. There are always weird noises in every house that I move to. People that I live with have witnessed it. I've got pictures of it too. It throws things sometimes when it wants my attention, and it gets stronger the longer I live in one place. It's like if I move to a new house, it weakens the entity for a while, but it always manages to gain strength as it gets comfortable. It never really has done anything to harm me or anyone else per se, but it's always lurking, making its existence known, and gives everyone in my house the creeps. I've tried doing cleansing and prayers and all the spiritualistic stuff that most people advise, but those things don't even faze it in the slightest. What's even weirder is the fact that when I get very upset or angry, things fall off shelves or even fly towards me, like Matilda. And I've even blown lights out just by touching the switch when I'm in one of these moods. My hair constantly stays full of static. So much so that I literally have to use spray that you can iron your clothes with to keep my hair from sticking to my face. And orbs are starting to make themselves visible on a regular basis inside my home. Is it possible that something is manifesting by the suppression of my fears or something? The spiritual energy on my property is so intense I literally don't know how to explain it to people without sounding like I've lost all my marbles. I've done plenty of research over the years into possibilities, but have come up empty-handed every single time. Any information or insight would be appreciated more than you can understand. My fiancée at the time, now wife, worked at this naturopathic medical clinic in an old farmhouse converted to a doctor's office. The house was built in 1890, or close to that. Big place, full basement. The upstairs attic space was converted into a 2-bedroom apartment that she ended up renting from her boss. Now the place was known to all the staff to be haunted, though no one told me about it. After the fact, I heard all about seeing a little girl at the top of the old stairs all the time. The stairs were now capped, and what used to be the attic prior to it being the apartment. Even without that, the place had some creepy vibes. In the basement is the original 6-foot wide, hand-dug well. Something super off about it. Even more creepy is there is a tunnel that goes from the basement to an old outbuilding about 30 meters away, right under the yard and all. Bad vibes down there all round.
Hey, it's a Tropius.
Dogs, and at this place and nowhere else they would avoid the kitchen and especially the pantry. When I say avoid, we fed them in the kitchen and they would strafe the walls, eat as fast as they could and then leave immediately. Normally my dog is right there in the kitchen, hoping to eat some people food, but not here. At night, every night between about midnight and 3 a.m, it would smell like a combination of burning garbage and rot. If you went outside, the smell would fade within about 10 feet of the structure. Electrical would fail in different parts of the place randomly, then mysteriously return. No breakers or anything tripped, or during an outage either. So my wife gets into an argument with her boss, who now expects her to be a full-time daycare provider for her toddler instead of a medical reception. They argue, she quits, and the doctor says he wants her out by the end of the month. My wife says she will be gone by the end of the week. The end of the week was like 3 days, so she packed up for 2 days and I rented a U-Haul, and Friday evening she, my buddy and I started loading the truck. I eventually sent her to my place to crash.
What the hell was that?
As she had to work her second job early in the morning, that left me and my buddy to finish moving. It was either full moon or close to. I doubt it has anything to do with this, but what happened was very strange. It was one of those nights where the moon was so bright it left shadows on everything, which is fairly rare and very cool.
Oh, it must be from
when
Pokemon
it
Go.
happens. Around midnight, we took a break and sat on the floor
Whoa.
of the now vacant
Damn.
living room. The door outside was on the opposite wall from us,
Alright.
and there were 2 skinny windows on either side of the door, when something caught my eye. And I looked at the window
That's
in
the
time
keeper.
to see a light move across it. I didn't say or do anything. My buddy all of a sudden says, "Did you see that?" I asked him what, and he says he saw a light go by in the right window. Outside the door is a deck, with stairs going down, but directly across from the door are windows in a huge hedge. No way light came from there. So I say I saw it too, and let him know it was a reflection. I tell him to not freak out. He freaks the hell out anyway. We go back to moving stuff and he doesn't stop acting triggered over it. I tell him to ignore it or it'll get worse. As I lived in a mildly haunted place for a year as a kid, and no, reacting is the wrong thing to do. He's on edge, and so far I'm as calm as a clam. My buddy freaks out and says he saw some old woman standing in the pantry as we're walking back inside. I didn't see anything. Still, he's really starting to lose it. Like at this point, he's reluctant to even go back inside. We walk back down the steps and smoke a cigarette. He looks down at the ground and exclaims, "There is this little stump from a tree that someone cut down at some point, and it's literally oozing sap out of slow rivulets. The weirdest thing I've ever seen at the time. They are reflecting really well in the moonlight." We go back inside and we're almost done. I check the bedroom. All that's left in her daughter's room is a dresser and a Furby. I swear to God, this Furby hasn't been used or turned on in 2 years. And sure as hell, as I'm about to pick it up, its eyes flutter open and it begins making Furby nonsense noises.
No, fuck that
At this
shit.
point, I'm not keeping
No.
my cool all that well.
No, 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 fuck. Fuck that. Hell nah. Anytime there's a story where it involves a toy and turning on by itself, I'm out of that bitch. It's almost like as if Furbies were designed to be possessed by literally anything. It just looks demonic as a fucking toy, but it's supposed to be for kids. Like, just imagine you waking up, you roll over, there's a fucking Furby in your face. 100% of the time, people are gonna freak out. Or like, they'll wake up, look over at a shelf, and there's just a Furby looking right at you. And it's like, I swore I had that shit turned the other way. It's like, no. Those damn things have a mind of their own. Which is why I refuse to ever be in the same room as a Furby. Especially if I gotta sleep in a room full of Furbies, like that shit is even put in the closet, in a chest, or somewhere else where it's not gonna be staring at me when I wake up in the morning. Fuck that. And if I gotta wake up in the morning and I see the goddamn thing staring right at me, or like a group of them just looking right at me when I know for damn sure they weren't even looking at me, I'm not being in that room at all. You cannot pay me all of the money in the world to stay in that room. Hell no. I'm getting out of that bitch. No, fuck that. Like, the hell no. So we'll keep that Oshawott.
Mostly because the entire time there has been this weird feeling building up. At first it was just kind of uncomfortable, but it kept building. At this point it was kind of dread. I didn't know how to explain it, it was just getting much worse more quickly than when it started. I began picking up the Furby nearest the window and threw it out onto the lawn. Go back to packing the truck. Now in a big hurry though. I feel as though something terrible is coming. Almost everything is in the truck now and it's 2:45 a.m. I'm standing in the back of the truck and he's tossing me stuff to stack. All of a sudden, the thing that was coming wasn't coming anymore. It was here. He's facing the truck. I'm looking out the back and I see it. Whatever it was on the other side of the fence, but you could make it out through the gaps in the board. I jumped out of the truck yelling, "We're leaving right now." My buddy stops dumbfounded and asks, "Why?" I'm already almost in the cab when I yell out, "Get in the truck, Chris!" He turns around, looks behind him and sees it too. He sprints into the cab and we leave without even closing the back door. I didn't tell him what I'd seen, but what he said he saw was exactly the same as what I did. A big black shadow with like a bodybuilder body had eaten a cargo truck of steroids and was looking through the fence, and it sort of glowed in its eyes the way coals do. The next day I told the story to my wife, and she let me know that everyone knew it was haunted, and she had seen the lights in the window before too, which is why she said she got curtains to cover them. She said her daughter had been bothered by them the whole time she was there. She talked to me into going back for the patio furniture, though I didn't want to. We pulled up and I swear to God, you could see something pacing in the flower bed in front of the fence. Well, you couldn't see it, just the footprints it was making, and I told her, no, not doing that, get back in the truck. We'll buy you
Nope.
new patio stuff.
Yep.
We drove off, and after a few minutes,
Yep.
I saw it too. I never set foot on the property again, and never will. I can't explain the feeling. When I say dread, that doesn't cover it. The feeling that night wasn't fear of death or some horror. It was something way worse than dying, if that makes sense. Everyone can say this stupid made-up horror stuff, but this isn't it. I believed in ghosts because I had seen them as a kid, and whatever was waiting for us behind that fence was no ghost. I don't know what it was, and honestly, I hope to never find out.
Motherfucker, I do the same thing.
The first 8 years of my life, my siblings and I were raised by my grandparents in Hopkinton. They lived in a very old historic house built in the early 1800s. It was said that Lincoln's former maids were the first to occupy, and records show that in the early 1900s, a woman had died from a fire in the attic. I absolutely loved growing up in that house, but Nana hung all the old photos of the maids throughout the house, and they looked quite spooky. One night when I was 5, I was sharing the king-sized guest bed with one of my brothers when I saw a white figure wearing a long dress and a bonnet appear in the entranceway, and to the right of the bed I said, "Papa?" thinking it was my first grandfather who had died before I was born. The figure slowly moved over to the bed and folded over the blanket and sheets, as one might do when stripping the bed, exposing my torso to the cold draft. I instantly froze and looked over to my brother who was still asleep. I watched the phantom exit through the door and closed my eyes, terrified. I had a really intense flashback of visiting Florida when I was 2, but cognitive memory does not really allow for memories to stick from this age. In the morning I told my Nana and she laughed, stating I was being silly. I was so upset because I knew I'd had the experience. Years later at Thanksgiving, I overheard my grandmother telling one of my cousin's boyfriends that the house was indeed haunted, and the photo of the maid who died always fell off the wall when she would hang it in any room other than the kitchen. She also saw laundry being folded mid-air in the same guest room twice. I have a very, very weird childhood memory that I rarely talk about because of how confusing the whole thing is. I must have been 6 or 7. I was having a sleepover
Another
at
fake
Thomas's home.
Quaxley.
His parents possessed a huge ancient mansion in the woods just at the foot of a mountain. He had a big pond by the side of his house, and it was surrounded by forest with trails going deeper into the wild. I remember they had horses, and the mansion was weirdly built. It was full of distinct small rooms with stairs going everywhere, very antique. It felt like a maze. One evening, his mother took out a Ouija board and made us play. She asked me if I wanted to speak to anyone that was dead. I was lucky enough that I had only experienced the death of my gecko, Leo, a lizard. We didn't have any answers and played a little longer. I don't recollect what happened after. It's the day after that still puzzles me. I remember it was daylight. Thomas and me were playing with little soldiers on the floor in a particularly antique room when something frightened us. I cannot recall what exactly it was, but I remember it coming from a set of
Nice
stairs
name.
going up
It's just girl.
that were very
Nice.
dark. We both stopped playing and looked up, feeling that something is very wrong at this instant. Then something violent happened. A book or an object was thrown at us. Thomas got up and ran like crazy. I tried to follow him, but I initially froze, so I lost him quickly. I was running for dear life through all these different rooms and stairs, sometimes going down, only for having to go up again. I was beyond terrified. I knew and felt that something was chasing us. I tried to find any escape from the house, and finally found a door. I ran to the pond thinking I was finally safe. and I remember distinctly looking at the sky and it was all wrong. I knew at that moment I couldn't escape because it was everywhere around me, and I felt true despair and something laughing at me. Then, nothing. My mother came. She learnt Thomas's mother made us play Ouija board and got very angry and was never allowed to go to his house again. Still
Another
unsure what
golem.
exactly
Wow.
happened that day. Shortly after we moved in, my wife and I were in bed sleeping during the day. As we
It's funny
both
because I can
worked
barely
third
tell
shift,
the shining
and I
golem
hear the
now.
sound of a kid saying,
Like barely.
"Mommy, Mommy," from her side of the bed. I thought it was my stepson and rolled over to see what he wanted. When I rolled over, I saw a shadow from a child on all fours on top of my wife. I blinked to clear my eyes of sleepiness and it was gone. Something you should know about this apartment was that it was a house with 2 apartments divided between the top and bottom floor. I looked at both floors before choosing the bottom floor because it was bigger and had a basement. A year or so later one night, I'm getting home from work and I look at the house and see a pale face looking out from the attic window. The upstairs apartment did have tenants at the time, but I know for a fact that the landlord had bolted the attic shut because I asked when I looked at the upstairs apartment. There were numerous other smaller incidences, the usual footsteps while no one else is around, seeing shadow people out of the corner of your eye, random feelings of being watched and dread. But things really escalated when my wife got pregnant. Things started happening around her more often. When her belly started to show, she would sometimes wake up with scratches on it. She swears some unseen force straight up knocked her down. But what really forced us to move was after we had our son. He would have random scratches on his body, and after the first time we found them, we made sure he went to bed with mittens on, because baby fingernails are razor blades in their own right. But we also made sure he had been wearing a onesie to protect himself from getting scratched some other way. That was the last straw. We could tolerate
Hey,
attacks
another
on
one?
ourselves, but not the baby. We packed up and moved before his first birthday
Fuck.
to a home we bought ourselves. This home is also haunted, but not in a malicious way like the last one. But that's a story for another day. As we were leaving, we felt the obligation to warn the new tenants, but didn't want to look crazy. There was a section of wood paneling in the basement that you could pull off the wall to get access to the water main. I figured that any
Cynical.
sufficiently curious
Nice.
renter would eventually pull that panel off to see what's behind it. I did. So I left a note there addressed to the next tenants taped to the inside of the panel, detailing what went on and warning them of what they may encounter. You may call me an arse for not telling them outright, but I didn't feel like it was right to potentially scare off any would-be renters, since our landlord was a good person and treated us well.
Or at least it left something behind, you know?
My house was haunted growing up. Lights would turn on when no one was there, televisions would turn on downstairs, and the volume would get turned up all the way during the horror murder scenes. Doors would pop open into the middle of the night and then slam. Friends would come over not knowing any of these details and start to feel the presence and freak out. We had a painter quit on site when he first bought the house because while he was
Three
upstairs, someone
quickly.
was asleep. He came down and there was no one there, and he would go back upstairs and the walking and sweeping would start again. I still have dreams about someone buried under the barn in the back. It's right next to a graveyard, and a woman actually died in my old room. Nothing negative happened directly to me once we got a dog when we moved in. But prior to that, I seemed to be its target. After that, it was just random stuff around the house until I moved out. A year ago, I had to go back because my dad died and a door slammed right in front of me when I said out loud, "Is there still something in this house?" It was crazy because it was one of those doors that you really had to push to get it shut completely. I always wanted to have ghost hunters come and visit, but my mum just sold it last month. This happened when I was 8 years old. I woke up one night to go to the bathroom when I heard my mother argue in her bedroom. It's worth noting that my mother was quite unwell, and we knew that eventually the sickness would claim her. However, at no point did it affect her mind. She was arguing in her bedroom, and it caught my attention because she sounded rather upset. "No, I don't want to go," she kept on saying in an angry tone. I tiptoed in to see who she was talking to, but when I observed, there was no one there. She was talking to the wall. Eventually, just being a child and a bit tired, I returned to bed, and the next morning I spoke to her normally. Like I said, her mind was unaffected by the illness. And then I gave her a kiss goodbye for the day. A few hours later, she'd passed on. I still remember the look in her eyes when she waved at me through the doorway, which she never did normally. She knew that she would never see me again. Sometime back in the early 90s, my then girlfriend and I lived in a Victorian terraced house. Nothing overtly spooky ever occurred there, apart from the neighbors complaining that someone had been in their house and moved things around while they were away. They were alarmed enough to call the police, and seeing as there was a shared roof space along the terrace, we were briefly questioned, as were the other neighbors. Weirdly, the police asked if there had been any paranormal activity in either of our houses, which we obviously laughed off at the time. A few months later, my girlfriend and I were laying in bed with the lights out. I was on my back with my eyes open, when slowly a luminescent hollow ball faded into view, seemingly made up of lots of very small dim fluorescent rods, like the magnified pictures of bacteria you see. The ball was about 1 meter across and perhaps 1.5 meters above the middle of the bed. It was obvious I was having some kind of pre-sleep hallucination. A few seconds later it faded, and I turned to my girlfriend and said, "I just saw a small ball of light floating over the bed." She had seen it too. We lay there shocked. Soon after, another hollow ball appeared, this time made up of dim fluorescent triangles. It lasted a few seconds and faded away. I think after that, our eyes were tightly shut and heads went under the duvet, but the experience was never repeated, as far as any of us saw. I told this story to somebody once, and they wondered what would have happened if we'd have reached up to this strange object. I was a latchkey kid. I used to pick up the mail on my way home from school, and our bedrooms were lined up in a hallway. I used to play mailman and put the mail under the doors. I would put the mail just a little bit under the door, and something from the other side would pull the mail in. I don't remember why I started doing this, but I did it for a few years until we moved. We used to hear footsteps and running when we were downstairs. We would also hear what sounded like someone bouncing a ball. My brother once told me there was a little boy who was killed by a car who was up there. I was pretty young and didn't know why my brother thought that. I would never sleep in the upstairs rooms and would always be afraid when it was dark. The only bathroom we had was up there, so at night I would always run back downstairs because I always thought someone was behind me. I believe I played mailman with a ghost. When I was young, maybe 4 to 5, I used to talk to a shadow man. He was basically a silhouette, but I distinctly remember him wearing a hat and having brown shoes. My mother would hear me talking to him all the time, and one day, she asked who I was talking to. I told her, Alan. He used to live here, but his wife fell down the stairs and died. A few weeks later, our neighbour came round for a drink and such, and my mother mentions what I'd said. Our neighbour turned deathly pale. Apparently the previous owners had been a really old couple, and the woman had in fact fallen down the stairs and died. This weirded out my mother, but I didn't really care. I already knew that. The fact that I heard this from an apparition didn't even cross my mind. I also learnt a while later that my grandfather used to say Never trust a man who wears brown shoes. Anyway, as I grew up, those stairs remained a focal point of my life in that house. Our toilet overlooked the stairs, and as I got older, I got more and more unnerved going to the toilet at night. Obviously it was dark, but those stairs seemed to harbour an unnatural darkness, almost like they led into an unfathomable void of pure black. It got to the point where I couldn't even look down them when I was going to the toilet, and the light from the toilet didn't help. It always felt like something was down there, watching and waiting. One of our dogs used to lie on the 4th step and basically squeeze his head through the banister. The other one stepped to the base of the
Fighting
stairs.
types,
Those two
Scarlet.
dogs eventually bred and had a litter. The runt of the litter was particularly weak
Someone else can have
and
it.
was the one we decided to keep. Our dog did not like the runt. She once took her up the stairs and attempted to throw it down. My father stopped her, thankfully. A few years later, I got up and went downstairs to go get breakfast, and saw our old dog at the bottom of the stairs, a pool of blood around her mouth and her tongue sticking out. After that day, her child became unhinged. The only time she acted normal was when she was in the little cupboard under those stairs. We also got another dog, and he absolutely refused to set paw on those stairs. And this wasn't some domesticated and pampered dog. This was a dog that was used to hunt, and only stopped when he got into a particularly brutal fight with a badger. But he was terrified of those stairs. I once tried to coax him upstairs, and I remember his heckles shot straight up the moment he touched them. And he wasn't afraid of stairs. If he ever went on a bus with an upstairs, he would desperately try to go up them. And when we took him on holiday, he went up 3 or 4 flights of stairs in the hotel without issue. It was not stairs, it was those stairs. Fast forward a decade or so, I had moved back home due to circumstances, and one night I got up to go to the toilet and remembered back to being a kid and hating looking down those stairs at night. After I did my business, I decided I'd spook myself a little. That did not happen, as I was leaving the toilet to go turn the lights out and come back to stare into the abyss. I felt something push me, hard, in the small of my back. It was a significant force. I had to grab the banister to stop myself falling down those stairs. But thankfully, nothing happened. Nothing has happened since, as I don't really go back to the house anymore. But nonetheless, it really was an unpleasant set of experiences. And it's left me wondering, what the hell haunts those stairs? The ghost of the woman who fell down them? Or was something already there that caused her untimely death? I'll never know. Almost 25 years ago, when I was probably 8, my family moved into this large, old house that was probably built in the early 1900s. It was a 2-story Victorian-style house that had laundry chutes that led to a large concrete basement where the washing machine and dryers were. There was this weird room in the basement that seemed out of place and disturbing. It was a room no larger than a closet, with an old claw foot tub and shower head, and a way to padlock it from the outside, but no way to lock it from the inside. I still think about this room and wonder why it was set up in that way. The house had a mostly good feeling to it, except for the basement. Eventually, my very superstitious stepmother became so uncomfortable going into the basement to do laundry that she made my dad convert the mudroom into a laundry room so that she wouldn't have to go downstairs anymore. My dad thought she was being ridiculous, but he did it anyway. We lived in the house for a few years, and at some point the feeling in the house started to shift. Little things started to happen. Nothing too concerning, though. My stepsister eventually started to feel really uncomfortable in her room upstairs. She said she felt like someone was watching her when she slept, and she had a hard time sleeping. She started sleeping more during the day on the couch and in the living room, or would just sleep in the room with me. Our cats would act funny. They'd puff up with pupils full and stare at seemingly nothing, just little things that were freaky but nothing too crazy. One day, my stepmom took me with her to pick up some lunch for everyone. And when we were driving towards the house,
Go
I
open
could
these
vividly
nuts.
see someone wearing all black like a full-on cape, standing in my stepsister's window watching us. My stepmom saw it too, and she freaked out and had my dad and stepbrother do a whole search of the house. They found nothing and thought we were being paranoid and figured we had seen a shadow or something. Eventually, my dad and stepbrother started feeling uneasy in the house too. Sometimes you could hear what sounded like someone walking
Head
up
pat.
the basement stairs, and my dad would grab a bat and be ready to confront whoever it was. This sort of thing continued for a while. I've asked my dad about it and he says, "Man, that house would freak me out." I'd hear those footsteps and I'd grab a flashlight and a bat. I'd puff up my chest, open the door, and run down those stairs swinging, ready to kill whatever was there. It got to the point where everyone was on edge in the house. The final straw of us moving was when my stepbrother went to open a window in his upstairs room, and both of his arms went straight through the window. The last time I talked to him was a few years ago, but even then, he still swears someone pushed him, despite being the only person upstairs. He had to be rushed to the emergency room, where they had to remove huge shards of glass from his arms and stitched him back up. He has very gnarly scars from it. We've moved from that house, and eventually the old lady...
Slowpoke
who
is
owned
too
it sold it.
happy.
don't
I
think
mean,
she
the
can
Slowpoke is
say
just there to
but
vibe.
that was just me speculating. Where the house sat is now a car.
Slowpoke's just there to have a good time.
Supposedly the house itself was moved from the property and is still somewhere in the town I live in. I've never seen it though, and have no interest in finding it. It happened back in 2008. I was a junior in high school hanging out with an old girlfriend of mine and her friend at my house, while the rest of my family flew out to Washington to visit family the previous night. The night was any typical teenager hangout. We ordered Pizza Hut, played Guitar Hero, and played some homemade spirit games, things with fire. You light the fire and ask the ghost a question. If the fire moves, it means whatever. Anyway, profoundly normal things. For reference, we were all hanging out in the attic, which at the time
Giant
was my
quotations.
bedroom. The
Normal.
staircase led right under the living room, which has a bead door at the bottom. You can usually hear someone coming through them to get up, but this shook all of us to our core. We were well and done playing ghost games and playing Guitar Hero, when out of nowhere during a break, a blood-curdling scream from a woman shrieked from the bottom of the stairs. It almost sounded fake, like a corny movie scream, but loud and panicked for sure. We froze and heard nothing else. No beads, no footsteps, nothing. My house was old, so you often heard and felt people moving around in it, but there was nothing. I got the courage to charge the living room with a pocket knife after yelling that we were calling the cops. But to our surprise, there was nothing. The doors and windows were locked. It was the middle of a particularly nasty Michigan snowstorm, so there weren't even footprints outside the house. We all ran outside and went to the end of the short driveway, looking in the window from afar for an intruder. We called the police and they came and searched the entire house for us while we sat in my 90s Pontiac Grand Prix. After an hour, they came back
B
and found
player.
no one. After this, I ran into
Gonna
the
be an
house,
A
grabbed
player
my
and give me a
essentials,
Miraidon
drove
to be
his
pretty
friend's house,
cool.
and ended up crashing at his place for 3
Ooh,
months after
Sand
that.
Slash, I'll take
I
that.
refused to sleep in the house until my family had returned from Washington. To this day, I have no clue what it was, but it sends shivers down my spine thinking about that scream, even as an adult. Nothing else ever happened at the house, and nothing really happened before either. It was random as hell. I used to live in a haunted house. It was a few hundred years old, and in a village that was much older. The oldest house there was built in the 1400s. I was around 5 or 6, and we moved out when I was 11. In the first year, I was an extension of the house. My bedroom was over next door's kitchen, if that makes sense, and my bedroom door was fine, on the hinges, but kept being pushed open. It couldn't physically open without the handle being pushed down, so there was no explanation as to how this happened. I switched rooms so me and my sister were in the room over our house. Mirrors would flip out of desks, and other things would fall over randomly with no explanation as to how. Footsteps would be heard from upstairs, and there was always a weird atmosphere too, like you knew something was there. If my whole family didn't experience the same thing, then I wouldn't have believed it. We always heard the name Walter being said. In primary school, one of my friend's granddads used to live in our village growing up. He asked which house we lived in, and when he said, "Oh, that was Walter's house." That kind of set in stone for us that something was seriously up. Although it never hurt us, I think it was just having fun. My younger sister made claims of a woman who played with her teddies when she was around 2, and my mum saw a young boy sitting on our steps, and she definitely wouldn't make that up. The atmosphere was pretty scary. When a house is haunted, and I go in, I can feel it now, if that makes sense. I had an imaginary friend, and I didn't realize until I was older.
Alright, name checks out. Name was Fox Lover.
He was an elderly
This is over
man
with
in
Fennekin.
overalls who would hold full
Nice.
conversations with me, and did his best to keep a small, stubborn girl child out of trouble. His name was George, and he was very kind and grandfatherly, which was nice since I had no relationship with one grandpa, and the other lived 2,000 miles
Curiosity.
away. I was a little more creeped out when I was older, and found out about the stories of the family ghost that had attached
We'll
himself
keep
to our
that
family
one as
long
well,
before
because I
was
might
born,
get rid of the
when
other
my
one.
parents moved into his house after his passing. The old farmer guy was called George, that followed the family after they moved, and through multiple moves. My mum swears he's still hanging around her sometimes, and it's been almost 50 years since they'd lived in that house. Other than being a bit mischievous, George seemed to be an okay guy. There was a story about a hideous green soup my dad had. He loved it, everyone hated it. That every time he tried to wear it out somewhere,
Rama?
it would disappear.
Which half
and
is this
reappear on
Rama?
bed
The
when he and Mum returned
male half
from
or the
wherever
female
it
half?
was. My siblings were very young
It's
at
the
the time,
Tommy half.
and Mum was with him the entire time, so someone else had put it there when they were gone. He likes playing with new technology too. When microwaves started becoming a popular thing and Dad got one for us, it had a habit of opening and closing on its own. There were the massive old ones with the doors that you had to really apply force in order to open, so it wasn't just doing its own thing. I remember that whenever I was alone, or about to do something stupid, he was always there speaking to me and keeping me company. From what I understand of Farmer George, his family had moved away, and they were never really close. So when he passed, maybe he just liked around being our family instead.
Wow.
No one ever tried to get rid
Four
of him, so he
Cynical
just stuck around
tonight.
all these years. In a
Insane.
way, I'm glad he did. We used to spend summer at my grandma's with all the cousins from different places, different ages. Only 2 of them lived there. When I was 10, the adults were acting weird when we got there, very secretive. I even remember the neighbors coming to ask. A few days later, my grandma comes with a priest. He surrounds my aunt's house with salt, holy water and whatnot, only to find out that my little cousin Georgina, 4 at the time, used to wake up every night at 3 a.m. screaming like crazy, in a weird different voice as an older male, and it had been going on for a few months. The previous night, she was sleeping at the wall side of the bed with her sister and an older cousin, who woke up around 3
I need to take that item off that first Fluttermane, because it has a booster energy. I need to take that off.
Was all in thin braids, so it didn't make much sense. But what was weirder was that she put a comb at the top of the cabinet.
Actually, no, I'll send it
across the
out.
room that
What else can have
and
a
there was absolutely
a
no
Fluttermane
way for
with
my
the
little
booster
cousin to
energy?
reach it.
There's a nice
Nor
little
was
gift
absolutely
for
no
him.
evidence that she crossed the bed on top of them to even try. They say it must have been the old man who they brought the house from, with the condition to let him live there with them until he passed away, which he did the previous year. He loved her very much. She never remembered any of it. One time, my cousin and I were playing hide and seek, casually at my mum's friend's house on a Friday in the afternoon. We always played upstairs at her house when her son wasn't home. Then my cousin came out of his hiding spot looking kinda off. He said he heard a scratching noise and mimicked it on the print of his shirt. I don't know, but for whatever reason something told me to go downstairs. I told my cousin to go downstairs and he said no, and that everything was fine. But the look in his face told me otherwise. So I finally got him to go downstairs and we sat down, and that's when everything hit the fan. We heard footsteps upstairs and it sounded like they were going to go down. But whenever I looked up there was no one there. My cousin and I sat downstairs quietly and even heard angry breathing next to our ears like someone was right next to us, but no one was there. It all stopped until my mum and her friend came out of the room that was right downstairs, and suddenly all of it stopped like nothing happened. I'm not crazy, and I know I wasn't the only one that heard this. I asked my cousin if he heard the breathing, and he confirmed it, and even said, without prompting, that it sounded angry and mimicked the way it sounds. To this
I
day,
have a
I
mixing
still
now.
remember it like it was yesterday, and I don't think I've ever felt a fear so intense as I did so in that day. My first experience was working in a haunted hotel. I was taking pictures on the 12th floor attic area when I got the sensation that I should not be doing that. As I walked down the stairs, a little voice in the back of my head
I
told me
don't.
to be careful. Later that day, I was pulling a big laundry cart through a doorway when somehow my little finger got caught between it and the doorframe. I had to wear a splint for a few weeks. I apologized to whatever it was and took care not to record videos or pictures. The second time was a little more my fault and I paid for it. I was feeling like something was messing with me, and I told it to not be a little prick. I kept getting things thrown or knocked over my table as I was working that day, and I realized what I had said and apologized. The third time wasn't intentional on my part. I was having a rough day because the previous shift dropped the ball on the job. I made a comment to myself about whatever was there messing with them. It didn't take it too kindly that I insulted it. I went down to the break room to check something on the computer, and as I was going to sit down, it felt like the chair was just rolled out from under me, just enough for me to slip and fall on my ass. I was okay, quickly righted myself, and muttered that I wasn't being serious but apologized again. Try and take heed from my stories. When you're in a paranormal location,
Oh,
something similar,
Pikachu.
be respectful and open-minded to what may be watching you that you can't see.
I think the first Pikachu we've gotten in a while.
I was a paranormal investigator, sat up in an old house. There were 5 of us sitting in the addition of the first floor, where the last owner took her last breath. We were listening to the history when from above we heard it, footsteps walking back and forth, the lights swinging over.
Almost another full box.
All 5 of us were in this room,
Things to
and no
keep
one
from a
else was there.
trade.
It was bizarre. We decided to head upstairs but left a bell on the bed, letting the supposed ghost know if she wanted us that she could ring the bell. As we headed up the very narrow and steep steps to the second story, what did we hear? The bell. We stood there all in the stairway deciding either to go up or go down. We didn't want to split up because then any footsteps above or below had to be discounted, as it could easily be us. We decided to check on the bell and then go up. There were other things that happened in that house. Some people claimed to have been touched or felt hands on them. We would hear scratches or whispers and footprints above us if on the first floor, or below us if on the second story. On the second story,
Do I
did
have
do
an Elikin?
investigation by myself while everyone was outside, and I wanted pictures,
I
but
think I
nothing happened.
do.
I went back here 2 times and got some EVPs, but the bell was the craziest thing from that location. The second location will be called the theater. This was the last investigation I had with this paranormal group before the tragedy happened.
Oh, I haven't
Also not
like the
related to
buzz,
anything
so
paranormal,
yeah.
in which we lost 50% of the group. This theater still haunts my dreams. Something yanked on my necklace, and the boiler almost blew up. My voice recorder suddenly went off without me touching it, not once but 3 times, the last time without batteries in it. I got separated from the others in the basement tunnels, and found myself facing a shadow of a person standing before me. When leaving, I suddenly felt very ill and had to pull over and throw up as I left the city. I got suddenly blurry. There was an overall sense of dread, like if I didn't get out, something was going to happen. Back at home, my neck had scratches from where my necklace was pulled and my arm was bruised. I think spirits can feast on vulnerability, and during the theatre investigation, I was very vulnerable due to an encounter with a man as I was walking from my car to the theatre. So I think that shook me so much I opened myself to paranormal, and the paranormal loves to mess with weak individuals, so it chose me to mess with. At the first location, I wasn't stressed out at all, and able to keep my mental health strong, and therefore the paranormal chose to focus on those who had opened and vulnerable minds. I still try to go on as many paranormal investigations that I can get my hands onto. I managed to be a part of a non-taped investigation with the ghost hunters in Kentucky, went on ghost tours in London and Hawaii and Poland, and I plan on visiting Waverly Hills and other haunted hotspots, but I'll never go back to that theatre, even for $1 million. I experienced what I had to offer, and I feel satisfied there is no further business I have with that place. However, with the first location, I feel we have become good acquaintances and can't wait for my next visit. I feel like I haven't experienced anything that place has to offer, so until I do, I don't mind dropping in and saying hi. I want to preface this with the fact that I spent over 2 years as a ghost tour guide and have tons of stories to tell from that, as well as everyday life. My mum's side of the family has been open to the paranormal since my great-grandmother, as far as I'm aware, when she and her husband found a burial ground on the property where they built the family home. My dad's side is not open at all, to the point where he loudly and proudly exclaims to me he won't believe until something scratches, abducts, or otherwise pokes and prods at him. And, as we were about 5 months from going on a trip to Edinburgh and going to the catacombs, he was proclaiming this at least once a day. I assumed that that is what drew the man, not really sure how to classify this thing, as he appeared not long after the daily proclamations started. Now it's important to know the layout of the rooms for this. The house had a straight hallway that ended in my door. While standing in the door facing the hall, my then 7-year-old brother's room was directly on the left. My dad's room was about 4 to 5 feet further up the hall and to the right. It was around 2:30 a.m. when it appeared. I woke up for seemingly no reason and saw the time by the bedside clock. I sat up, and while sitting up faced my open bedroom door. Standing there in the lit hallway was what I can only describe as this emaciated man. His limbs were too long, too thin, and overall just wrong. It's the only way I can think to describe it. I remember looking at him frozen and thinking that he looked like a jungle cat, crouched on those 2 long limbs. It had thin, oily, black hair that only hung to about chin length. Of all the things that had me terrified about this thing, the stretched skin, predator poise, and 2 big presents for a thing that thin. All of those things, nothing had my heart stopping like the smile. It was all the teeth, too wide and just reinforced the wrongness of this thing. It never came to my room. It did go to my brother's room that night. It came again to my door for the first 2 nights, round around the same time. It never went back into my brother's room, but it did start entering my dad's room. I remember crying myself to sleep.
Nope, don't
Every
want to
time I
trade out
left,
to execute.
terrified that if I left the room, as if my open doorway was not actually anything of a deterrent, it would come back, or it would be able to hurt me again or get me. I remember having my grandmother bring me a bundle of sage and trying to cleanse the house that way after the second night. When it showed up again for the 3rd time, I salted around in and out of the house. I don't know for sure what it was. I don't know
think
if
we
it was
have that yet.
corporeal or some sort of spirit. I just know that I am still terrified of it.
I have been looking into the crawler, but I'm not sure if it fits its
I
description.
mean, I'm happy I'm
Has
getting a
anyone else
bunch of
ever seen or
new
heard anything
like
this?
DLC mons,
I
but
would love to hear.
at the same time though, there's even one person out there that has
We
them
bought
right
our
on.
first home late last year and did not face any issues. We did hear some noises and sounds like the usual structural sounds of wood
I
creaking.
mean, I tried poking a
I thought
couple
it was normal
people,
for an old house.
see if
Ours
they
is
even have it.
2002. The previous owners lived for 2 years and sold it and moved away as their company transferred them. And the once before lived there since it was built. Lately we have started hearing things. Like tonight, I heard some music like the ringtones of an old Nokia phone. First I thought it was my washing machine making the sound, but nobody turned on the machine, so it couldn't have been that. I called my husband from across the hall to see if he could see it, but he was fast asleep. Well, 2 nights ago, while I was putting my baby to sleep, my husband came to ask me if I was doing the dishes in the kitchen. I said no. He said he clearly heard someone moving around the kitchen doing stuff and thought it must have been me. Well, that was strange. A week ago, I was by myself with my baby and my dog ran towards the garage door barking at something or someone.
And
I
yes, that
turned
is
on
a
the light.
shiny iron
There was
bundle.
nothing there. A few hours later,
The
we both
future,
heard the same sound again in the garage and checked to find nothing. My husband had the similar incident
It's a
during
pretty like
the
form
evening
of
when he heard the sound in the garage.
Delibird.
and didn't find any source upon checking on it. The scariest of all, I was on a video call with
But
my
again,
mom.
like I said earlier,
Kid you not,
shiny
she
forms of
asked if
the
other
future
man in the
paradox
house
mons
wearing a
just
hat.
aren't that
I told her,
appealing.
"Please
It's
don't
just
scare me.
they're all
I'm
chromed
not
out.
alone, that's just Buddy, my dog, and the baby." She said she saw someone come out of the garage and walk into the hall. The same day, after a
The only
few
ones that look
minutes,
good
my pet
are
dog growled at the garage door again.
iron
I also heard
Iron
footsteps
Thorns and
walking towards the bar.
Miraidon, because
When
like
I
they're
was
only
there,
they're the only
I thought it
decent
was my
ones.
husband, and I walked out to find him sleeping. We both heard baby crying sounds in the beginning a few times a week, but then it could have been our baby too.
Like if some
I
parts were
both
chromed
went
out, but
to
others
check the
weren't, it'd be like a little bit better.
details
But
of it. The entry from
Yep.
the garage leads to our laundry, which is right across my main bedroom. We are in a ranch-style home, and a garage has an attic, which I'm told is too narrow to do anything with. What do you guys think here? Are we just experiencing auditory and visual hallucinations? Are there phantom squatters, real squatters? I need to know. It's driving me mad. My grandfather, who I have always called Pawpaw, moved into a lake house in the US. He lives in a not old but not so new 2-story house with a basement and 4 bedrooms. To help you visualize the layout, the stairs lead into a medium-sized living room. Your next option is to either head to the left and down a hallway. In the hallway, there is a closet with a crawl
gimme.
space. This door does not have a lock on it. The room further down the hallway is a bathroom, nothing special about it. If you look to the right of the bathroom, there is a bedroom with a large closet that has a sliding door and mirrors on them. But at the very end of the hallway, there is a storage room. The storage room is always locked, and I have never been inside it before. Now, if we backtrack into the living room, there are only
Javier.
2 doors left downstairs. One is to a small bedroom with no windows or a closet. On the other side of
Wait.
the wall behind it is
Wait.
another storage room. Walking into the next door, you'll find a play
Dick.
area for the grandkids. He put in a hockey table along with a ping pong table. Beside that, there is nothing else. I just mentioned a door leading to the storage room behind
We get my
The
boy.
logic never works.
Turns out is a fake shiny, you
So my
asshole.
Pawpaw's house had creeped me up since the beginning. It
Fuck
wasn't
you.
that the house looked bad or was in poor condition. It was that my brain had set itself into fight or flight mode when I entered it. I told myself to quit being such a wuss and explore the house. I brushed it off as being nervous. It was a new house in a new city after all. and it was much further.
Why
from
is
the
it when
original
it's
house
always a
than it was.
Bulbasaur, it's always a
Good
fake
2
shiny? Like,
hours probably.
no one ever
I
wants to
checked
send
upstairs
over
out
a
and
regular
calmed
Bulbasaur.
myself
Like,
down
come on.
while my sister ran off to play with my cousins. I finished
You
looking
stingy
around the first
fucks.
half of this house and made my way down the stairs towards the basement.
Always send
It
over a
was fully
Charmander or a
finished
fucking
basement,
Squirtle.
but even with lights,
Never a
it still
Bulbasaur.
felt poorly lit, with dark and uninviting
Come on.
corners. I opened the door and peeked into all the rooms until one was left in the downstairs living room, the game room. This room was meant for storage and had no windows. Every time somebody walked upstairs, you could hear a very loud creaking from the bare wooden boards above your head. The lights were a blinding
wrong
white
one.
when turned on, but as soon as you flicked the switch, it is pure black. If you were to put your right hand in front of your face, you would not be able to see it. The game room has multiple metal shelves and game boxes laying everywhere. To finish it off, there is a large ping pong table right
Kira.
smack dab in the middle of the carpet.
Hopefully they don't have a death
Being
note.
alone in the basement all by myself made me really jumpy, and my senses were all on high alert. A barely audible scratching noise had emitted from the storm room. The longer I sat there, the louder it got, until it quickly exited the room, closing the door behind me. It was impossible for anyone else to be in the room with me. Everybody else was upstairs, and if someone were to enter, I would have heard the creaking above my head. Creepy as hell. Another time during the summer, when the lake water was warm, my cousin, my sister, and I stayed the night to go swimming the next day. We jokingly talked about how creepy the house was and how funny it would be if a ghost were in the basement. All 3 of us decided to bunk out in the king-size bed in the guest room downstairs. After a while of giggling and pestering, all of us said goodnight and cuddled up to sleep. Not even 10 minutes later, I heard footsteps outside my room. My pawpaw had probably come to check in on us. Then, to my horror, I heard loud snoring from the master bedroom. It in fact was not him.
It's
I
like,
shook my
are you
cousin
sure
and
about
sister
that?
awake to listen, and they all agreed they had heard walking too. My eyes made their way to the bottom of the door, staring at the little crack. You could visibly see feet shuffling back and forth. Before I could grasp, the feet stopped right in front of our bedroom door. I held my breath and lay there too terrified to move. They stayed like that for God knows how long. After a while, they began moving back and forth again. It then got worse. Soft tapping from the wall behind our bed started up. It was like somebody on the opposite side of the wall was flicking their knuckles against the thin plaster that separated the bedroom from the storm room. All of us hid under our covers and didn't say a word, eventually all passing out from exhaustion. In the morning, while sitting at breakfast, I questioned my pawpaw about last night. He told me he had not gotten up to check on us at all that night, and had actually turned that TV off upstairs and went straight to bed. All of us kids glanced at each other saying nothing and continued to shove syrupy pancakes into our cheeks. The very last time I had ever experienced something strange in his house was during late summer with my sister and multiple other cousins. There were around 6 of us. All of us wanted to play hide and seek in his large house, and as the eldest, I was seeking first. One by one, I found all of my cousins. The only person left was my sister. All of my cousins agreed to help me search for her around the house. I tried to look in the closet again in the basement, but it was glued shut. In frustration, I began rattling it to try and pry the door open. I couldn't remember if it had a lock or not. I loudly knocked on the door and ordered my sister to come out since we had found her. After 20 seconds of silence, I tried again, but now I was becoming pissed off. All 4 cousins joined in on helping me open the door, but it wouldn't budge. Making our way upstairs to ask Pawpaw to open the door, my sister jumped out behind a vase and scared us all. I angrily asked her why she locked the door to the closet, and she gave me a confused look. She informed me she had no clue what I was talking about, and that she had been in her current hiding spot the whole time. She laughed as she bragged about us walking past her at least 5 different times, but stopped after watching the colour drain from all our faces when she understood what happened. Every time we stay over at my pawpaw's, we always bring up stories and talk about them. All of my cousins believe his basement, if not his whole house, is haunted. What do you think? When I was 14 to 15, I came home a little tipsy. My room was on the top floor of our house, and I went straight to bed.
First
While lying
ever
down, I
freak
heard
Johnny
someone trying to get
Charmander of the
someone's attention.
night.
The sound was psst, psst. We've been living here for the longest time, but I remember there were stories of maids being murdered by the previous owners before, but everyone thought it was just old wives' tales, so I really didn't pay too much heed to it. I tried to ignore it and realized it's getting a little louder. Since I was a little inebriated, I found the courage to call out, "If you're really a ghost, then
Javier
prove it."
again.
I then felt a
Alright,
slap
dude, I
inside
hope you have
my
something
right
better this
thigh,
time.
which made me immediately sit up
You
straight.
dick.
I stood up and reached for the light and looked inside my room, but no one was there. I pulled down my pants and noticed a red, welt-shaped hand
Alright,
forming.
so if
with
you
the
see the
fingers
name
pointing
Javier,
towards my gonads.
then we probably
So
know
the
for
slap
sure
was
it's gonna
made
be
by
a
someone
fake shiny.
sitting at the end of the bed. Needless to say, I bunked with my brother for a few months after that. I have this friend who her and her mum are
I
very
need to put
witchy.
this down
Her
on
mum
this
is one scary woman.
free
They had
good
this extremely
T2.
big and old expensive house. I went and stayed with them one summer when I was about 17. We get there and the house is wonderful. They are bringing us through all the rooms and get to one place where they tell us to never open. Fast forward a week, no one's gone in. But all the bathrooms in the house are being used, except for the one that's in this room. So I think nothing of it. Go into the bathroom and take a leak. Now when I tell you I felt this absolutely chilling thing grab my shoulder, it was big. It felt like fingers down the front of my chest, while it's sitting on my shoulder. I freeze, and after what seemed like forever I heard my name. Clicked back to reality, finished my business and walked out. I found out I was there for over 40 minutes. Fast forward a few more days and I go and stand in the pool at around 11:30 at night. I'm standing in the pool with my phone. When it happens, something grabs my shoulder and I freeze. I drop my phone straight in the water and apparently stood there for over 2 hours until someone found me. To this day, being nearly 30, I still, to this day, experience this strange sensation about twice a year. But I don't lose hours this time, merely minutes, and I still find it creepy. My passion for the paranormal started over 20 years ago. I was just a teenager, and my stepdad had died of cancer. I lived in a different state, and didn't get a chance to say goodbye. I went over to my sister's house to watch my nephew. It was his nap time. So I placed him in his crib and walked down the hall to the living room. From the couch, I could see him in his room. I was really tired and decided I would take a nap while he was taking one. I was in that half-awake state, and I kept hearing him jumping up and down in his crib and laughing. I was so tired, but I sat up and said, "Please go to sleep for Auntie." As I lay my head back down, I was almost asleep and heard a grown man whistling really loud. It was quite a quick tune, but it was loud. My nephew was staring at something and laughing. I completely panicked and froze in fear, as I thought someone had broken in. I ran down the hall to protect my nephew. There was no one else in the room. I ran outside until a friend could come over. When I made it back to the house and made sure no one was there, I started to explain the details to my friend. I took my nephew back to his room and changed his diaper, and as I was changing him, he pointed toward the closet and said, "Papa." He called my stepdad Papa. This experience brought me so much comfort, knowing that our loved ones are still with us after they pass. For the many years after the experience, I looked for more. I wanted more validation from more experiences than from the experiences of others. In my early 20s, my husband and I had met a couple through his work that seemed as interested in the paranormal as I was. One of the haunted places in my town was the obvious, a cemetery. The cemetery was right next to an asylum and many other state buildings that had well-lit parking lots. My friend and her husband picked me up one night after work to go to the cemetery for our first ghost hunt, as there were many stories about the specific area. It was late, and as we started through the cemetery path, it felt as though there were spider webs brushing across my face. Not much happened for a while until we walked to the path backing towards the mausoleum. There were trees and ivy, with a small dirt hill that had a little path, with nothing more at the end but a chain link fence. On the other side of the fence was one of the state buildings with light coming from the parking lot. My friend and I noticed what we thought was a security guard walking along the chain link fence on the cemetery side. With the light from the parking lot and the darkness from the cemetery, I couldn't make out features other than his bulky uniform and hat. He wasn't facing me and was pointing a flashing light towards the ground, swaying it back and forth as if looking for something. I was at the top of the ivy path, looking down towards him, waiting to be busted for being in a cemetery past dusk. He made an abrupt stop, did a military about-face maneuver, and raised his flashlight at us in a mechanical motion. I still saw no features. I knew by the movement it wasn't a security guard. I never thought, when I saw my first ghost, it would look so solid and real. I honestly didn't know what else it could have been. Although a little jarring, it was the experience I was looking for. I will always have a passion for the paranormal, as I know from experience, there is so much more out there that we still don't know about. I need to give you some backstory for the house. It was a first home for a couple with no kids. The wife lived into her mid-50s and the husband lived into his 80s but passed away while abroad. The information on their character or reputation as people is not there. 30 years ago, my parents bought a house that was 100 years old, detached, and a good distance from the next neighbor. Suburban, but also a bit away. Before they moved into the house, the neighbors were having work done, and our house at the time was forgotten and derelict. The builders said to the neighbors that they saw their elderly neighbors walking down the garden arm in arm, and it was very sweet. The neighbors were quick to inform the builders nobody had lived there in over 14 years, and that wouldn't be possible. Mum and Dad and I moved in with my two older brothers and things started to happen. Nothing malicious, more a cheeky way, i.e. objects around the house would go missing and then reappear in the most bizarre places, footsteps above, doors shutting, footsteps running up and down the stairs. These are to name a few, and very minor details attached to them. If you're in the house alone, you hear what could only be described as someone dragging a piano from the attic, dropping it, and repeating it, getting louder until you have to leave the house. With all of this happening, my dad was a solid non-believer at the time. I guess
Another Galarian Slowpoke.
However, this happened a few nights in a row, and my dad would see an elderly gentleman with loads of crates in his face standing at the end of the bed. My mum loves the DNA and history stuff, and found out the husband who lived here before passed away abroad and had acne very bad, causing severe scarring on his face. Anyway, trying to cut a huge story very short, this stuff happened up until my mum and dad divorced. Dad stayed in the house and extended it, and things stopped happening. So much, and then gradually it was nothing. Fast forward 15 years later, and I live here along with my two brothers and their own families. The house is fairly big and open plan, so it doesn't like we live upon each other. 4 months ago I was home alone, and my bedroom is situated downstairs opposite the stairs. I heard someone running up and down the stairs constantly about 5 times, but the last time never coming back up. Reminder.
So I'll probably keep doing this for about
not possible for it to be a family member.
probably 10 more
Since
minutes
then,
or so.
Everyone is experiencing the slamming of doors, the dragging sounds, and large footsteps.
Cause we still have quite a ways to go in this box, and
now the house is open plan.
I'm starting to
and we
get
don't want to
a little
be
bit sleepy.
spooking him, so we don't tell him about the recent creepy noises. 2 nights he stayed. He told us the first night he heard dragging and loads of footsteps above him, not possible. And the second, someone was going up and down the stairs so much he had to check if it was one of us. So in all, there is around 7 of us living there, and everyone is hearing the same dragging and awful sounds, from family to guests. I've heard the thuds, and truth be told, it's made me a believer. But I don't understand why I'm not hearing the dragging noises but the family are. And also,
Another Charmander.
I really wish I had some answers to this.
I'm actually kind of glad I'm keeping track of how many and what fake shinies we get.
Here is the story.
Because then I can just take a screenshot of this and just be like, this is all of them.
Did so, we were informed by the previous owners,
Which
that
is
someone
still
tragically
insane.
Passed away in the house due to lung cancer. Well, that was good to know. About every night, once we moved in, we would hear a peculiar banging on the walls. It really freaked us out. As you can imagine, we tried to investigate but never found a thing. And when it wasn't the banging, we would smell fresh smoke. This continued for a while, but eventually it did sort
Zap
itself,
God.
and the banging on the walls
That's
stopped
funny.
completely. But us smelling fresh smoke never went
It's a
away,
Goomy.
as none of us smoke. Also, every once in a while, the smoke alarms would randomly go off. It really crept us out. I'm not entirely sure what it is or if the house is haunted, but maybe the person who died of lung cancer in this house still comes back every once in a while for the occasional cigarette. It was late Sunday evening around 9 p.m. I was in my room just playing video games like usual, until I heard the shower turn on.
Hey, what does the
bathroom was right beside my
shiny
and the
Fido
door
look like?
requires some slamming to be shut properly. I didn't hear the door being slammed, but disregarded it as
Yeah,
my only lack of
Palafin.
attention to it, since I was fully immersed in my video game. About an hour later, my game was finished, but I
Ooh.
noticed that the shower was still on for some reason. Now I, for one, take long showers too, usually around 40 minutes or so, but no one else in the family usually takes that long. So I asked my dad if my aunt was home, because my parents and brother were all downstairs in the living room. No one else could have been there besides my aunt. However, my dad said my aunt hadn't come home yet. I told my dad that someone was in the bathroom taking a shower. He went to check, and the lights were still on, but the shower was now off. We knock on the door. Once, twice, no answer. He opens the door and there's no one there, not a single soul. My dad thought I was pranking him, but I told him I wasn't. He still doesn't believe me. Who was there? How did the shower turn on? Why were the lights still on with a closed door? I'll never know the answer to these questions, but to make it even creepier, I dreamt about a dark figure with glowing eyes standing at the top of the staircase that is on the same floor as the bathroom, and the room beside mine always has a slight cool breeze circulating in there. I'm a 19-year-old female. I live in a small town in South Carolina. I've lived here my whole life in the same house, which was built in 1971. My father bought it with his ex-wife and my mum. His current wife moved in 2001, and I was born in 2002.
Alright,
I'll
let's
start at the beginning,
see. That
but I will mention
one.
that I do
Very.
have a rather messed up memory. For as long as I've been alive, there have been footsteps in the attic. I've always tried to
Ooh.
rationalize it, just thinking this is an old house. It's bound to make noise. But a few months ago I heard bells jingling in the attic, like our Christmas decorations. It was above the bathroom,
Alrighty.
and the footsteps are usually above my room, which is right next door. I told my dad about it, and he went to check for animals, but couldn't find any. Couldn't even find a place where they have gotten in. He told me I was hearing things and probably needed to go to bed, so I did. Then I started hearing what I could only describe as footsteps coming from inside the wall. My mum heard it too. So did our cats. At one point it was behind our coffee maker, and we were both standing there scared that it was a mouse or something. Our cat Katniss was desperately trying to find it but could not. My mum told my dad this time, and an exterminator came out but couldn't find anything either. The noise persisted. Then I heard noises coming from the faucet in the bathtub. It sounded like someone was trying to force the faucet out of its place. I told my dad again, thinking there was a problem with the pipes. He found nothing. The footsteps and
Sebastiano.
noises are continuous, but seem to get louder at night. I don't know if it's just because the house is quiet at night, or if it sounds louder or what. I should mention that our attic is very short and hot. It's not possible for a grown person to stand
Pretty
upright so
sure I
we don't
have one of
someone living
these.
there. And my dad checked around and found nothing. Then it began messing with our dogs. The thing scared the hell out of our oldest dog, Amber, twice. None of the other dogs did this, just her, and she did it twice. No knocking on the door that she was lying in front of, which, even if it was there, she wouldn't be afraid of. She'd
Yep.
just start barking her head off. The last thing it does to our dogs is the hardest to talk about. Bouncy is a beagle mix and quite large. The first time was the night before my first day of school. I can't remember which year it was, but it was in at least the last 4 years. I remember I had a coconut hair mask on, and I had just gotten out of the shower, so I wasn't dressed yet, just in a towel, and all of a sudden, I hear snarling and barking, and my mum screaming her head off. I go in there, and we have to physically pry them off each other. Little Bit was injured, but not bad enough to go to the vet, so we just separated them, and they eventually got over it. But they still ended up fighting several more times. I've gotten injured trying to stop them, although I know they didn't mean to hurt me. I remember one time my dad just straight picked up Little Bit and Bounce was attached to her throat, and was also in the air. Eventually they stopped, until a few months ago. It was 3 a.m. I remember very vividly because I was trying to sleep, but was on the phone, and my mum called me out of my room. What could you possibly want, I thought. It's 3 a.m. Her yell was urgent though, so I didn't even bother putting on my shorts. I just ran to the kitchen. She screamed that they were fighting again and needed help. I ran out there with a flashlight, not even bothering to put shoes or pants on, and had to pry them apart by myself because my mum didn't even move from the back porch. At one point, I even hit Bounce in the back with a flashlight because she just wouldn't stop, and I couldn't separate them. I was screaming for my mum, and I'm surprised I didn't awake the neighbors with how much noise was happening. It's terrifying, seeing two animals you love dearly trying to kill each other. I eventually got them apart and held Little Bit back. Oh, by the way, earlier the other day Bouncy had come inside with blood on her butt, but we didn't know from what. My mum just called Bounce up to the porch and let her in, and Little Bit was standing there. And when I tell you that I've never seen her look like that, it looked like she'd reverted to, I don't know, primal instinct. It's like her personality and sweetness just drained from her, and I was reminded that day that she was an animal. My mum woke up my dad, and he had the audacity to be inconvenienced. I don't have the best parents, but that's another story. My mum decided that this was the last straw, and one of them needed to go, so we ended up taking Little Bit to the SPCA. But don't worry, we know she was adopted and is fine now. This is just the prelude. The first experience I remember was actually with a friend. I was in middle school, so around 4 to 7. I would go with my friend, this girl Kaylee. She lived down the street and would often come over to my house after school and would sometimes stay for dinner before walking back home. That day was one of them. We had been in my bedroom that I shared with my older sister Tori. Not sure where she was, but she wasn't in the room. My grandparents had this bench filled with toys that they needed to get rid of because we were older and no longer used it. So we were allowed to pick up some stuff and brought those things along with the bench home. One of the things I picked out was a Scooby-Doo stuffed animal. Apparently it was called the Fright Night Scooby stuffed animal. A flashlight was attached to his hand, and whenever you turned it on, there would be a ghost shadow on the light, and he would say something like, "Cover my eyes, too scary," in his iconic Scooby voice. At the time, it was turned off with no batteries and was purely decorative. It had been sitting on the floor in front of my sister's bed, which is on the other side of the room on the door. Me and Kaylee were called for dinner, so I let her walk out of the room before turning off the lights. And I kid you not, this thing goes, turn the lights back on, too scary, at the exact same time. Me and Kaylee run out the room. I didn't even shut the door and was screaming about how it just spoke. My parents don't believe me, of course, so we ate. Kaylee went home and I ripped the wires out of that thing and threw it away. My sister moved out when I was 11. I'm 19 now and have our room to myself. It's a strange shape. It's a box, but they didn't finish one wall, so there's a little bump out area. For the longest time, my bed was in that little nook. We had bunk beds that were in the nook. Then we had custom beds built by my dad that were like loft beds, and mine was in the corner. Now I have a proper bed that's too big for it, so I have a desk there with my makeup. The bedroom door is next to where the wall of that desk is on, if that makes sense. The door is across from the desk through my closet. And one day I was sitting there doing my makeup when from the corner of my eye I see a dark figure. I immediately jump thinking it's my mum who had snuck into my room without me noticing, but my door is squeaky, so there's no way I wouldn't have heard. I slowly turn around and then lean around the corner. The door is closed. No one else was in the room. I'm looking around, startled at what the hell I just saw. As I'm scanning the room, I see a black hand come from the wall on the floor directly in front of the door. It had a piece of paper on the floor, so I figured it just blew up and saw the shadow. So I returned to do my makeup. I take some pictures, take it off, and sit back down on my bed, which is across from my desk in the corner of the room. Then I noticed the paper moved in time, but it didn't explain what I saw standing in the middle of the room. Now for the latest thing. I have a weird sleeping schedule, as I'm unemployed and not going to school. Yesterday I woke up at 2 a.m. My dad left for work at 4 a.m. as always, and my mum went to bed around 3 a.m., so I had the house to myself. I woke up, had some leftovers, got something out of the cabinet, but left it open because I knew I had to put the thing back, so what's the point? Everything is squeaky, even the cabinets, and I'm standing at the microwave, ironically right next to the coffee machine, and turn around to put it back, and the cabinet is now shut. Now I know I have a bad memory, but I never close them. I don't unless they're low to the ground where my cat's...
Actually, what is this shiny...
And I would have heard it if I'd have closed it. While I'm using
let's
it,
go.
my mum screams for me.
What does a shiny...
Sounds absolutely terrifying.
Litleo look
I
like?
thought she got mad at me because I accidentally woke her up, so I yelled back, "What?" She says she heard a noise in her room. So I just left my room, and my mum said something in the bathroom scared our young cat Ivy. And she came
Oh wow,
running out
it
of the
is
bathroom.
distinct.
So that's great. I hate the bathroom. Stuff always happens
What
there.
a shiny Litleo is?
She yells at me. And she doesn't respond.
Shiny...
So I open my door and see my mum sitting up in her bed, sobbing. She says she heard a female voice, and it sounded like it was at the foot of her bed. I assume someone broke into our house. I go into her room, shut the door, leaving it a crack open, grab her phone, and ask if we should call the police.
Oh.
She says no, so I check the house. I knew I had let the dogs out earlier, but I was certain I locked the doors after letting them back in. I turned on the flashlight.
So the flower always be pink on a shiny deerling.
Our house is pretty impossible to break into, so I knew no one else was in our house. She's still sobbing when I get back to her room. She says that it was feminine, but didn't sound like words, just mumbling. 2 syllables. All of my family members have 2-syllable word names, so it might have been a name. I asked her about sleep paralysis, and she said she could move and the voice...
Shiny Houndoom?
I told her about the cabinet, because I remember it happened literally less than an hour before. She didn't say anything about it. She didn't go back to bed until my dad got home at 2 p.m. Bounce and Zoe were laying on the floor in front of the bed, and didn't react to anything at all. Amber was laying next to my mom.
What is that little
I was asleep when I was talking to her. Katniss and Ivy were laying on the couch in the living room, and none of them were
is a size thing?
I don't know if she saw anything, But there have been some things there, but my mum is pretty blind without her glasses. She has bifocals and it was dark, but this is really starting to freak me out. My cats would just sit and stare at the corner of the living room that just happens to connect to my mum's room. I thought for the longest time it was the old man next door. The shadow person that I saw didn't feel feminine, but it didn't also feel threatening. I've woken up with bruises in random spots, and while I do move around a lot, my mum would hear it if I hit a wall, and I have no clue what to do. This, along with a lot of the stuff that happened with my friend in the forest,
Oh, your eyes are
around
blue.
our neighborhood is really getting to me. I don't even wholly believe in this, but what else could it be? How do you imagine a sound? We're not even close to being religious. And I'm not really looking
I
for
will do a
tips, I
few
just
more
need to
trades.
share this with someone who would believe me.
I'm pretty sure trying to go through the rest of this is probably gonna take like another hour, and that is an hour that I don't really have. I'll probably finish the rest of it
She looked so scared. She called me because she thought someone might be in our
later.
house. Like that's how sure she is she heard it. I'm honestly so sick of this house. I just want to leave it and this town behind. My dad passed away from alcohol-related illnesses in 2014. I was only 13 at the time. I'm very distraught, despite him not being in my life after my parents were divorced.
I wonder when like the next Terra thing is gonna happen, which apparently it's
But at the same time,
supposed to be Milcery,
A few days
and it's
after
supposed
the
to
funeral,
start
I was
on
in
the
bed, staring at
14th.
the ceiling, unable to sleep. I couldn't stop thinking about my dad and all the things we could have done together if he'd have been there more for me. Suddenly, I got a very eerie feeling, but comforting surrounding.
So I believe it's gonna be on
It was as if someone was
a
hugging me from behind. I could feel
on
their
a
warmth
Friday,
in my
so
arm.
yeah, it'll be over the
Whatever
weekend.
compelled me to open my eyes and check my
We
surroundings,
might
I
do
will never
some
know.
Terra raids
glad I
over the
did.
weekend.
As I opened my eyes, I saw a
Trying to get as many
translucent figure standing in the
Milcery
open
as
closet.
possible.
I left it open because my cat at the time.
If we
had
can
a
even
bed
do
in
any
it.
Milcery.
The figure was leaning up against the side of the door, before making a waving motion and vanishing into thin air.
Or if we have to do
I remember
DLC,
feeling a mix of
which
fear
if we
and
do,
awe at the sight.
I can just buy the
I
DLC.
couldn't
We can
believe
start
what I
on
had
that
seen, and I
probably
remember
next
passing
week or
out soon
something.
after. I didn't remember those events until the next day at school, and I was hesitant to tell anyone because of how crazy it sounded. But the memory of that figure stayed with me, and I couldn't shake off the feeling that it was my dad saying goodbye. Years later, I heard similar stories from other people who had lost loved ones and experienced supernatural encounters. It gave me comfort to know that I wasn't alone, and that my dad was still with me in some way, although the memory still tends to send a shiver down my spine. It also brings me peace knowing that my dad was watching over me, even if it was from the other side. We had a neighbor that we treasured dearly, but she had to move and ended up giving us this beautiful blue rocking chair that had been in her family for years. She had no family living nearby, so she chose to give it to us. My mum decided it would look good in our living room corner, in between the kitchen and living room. Oddly enough, the chair was in the same location as when I heard the tapping noises by my head at midnight. Around the time we received the chair, I had moved from my pink room to
Alright,
my
time
blue
to find out if this
since I
iron
would
bundle
occasionally
is
change rooms
fake.
due to weather or how heavy the atmosphere in the room was.
Level
at the time.
100.
The chair had been at our
Probably.
house for about a week. Before
Yep.
I started waking up in the middle of the night.
Second
slowly getting out of
iron
bed to
bundle.
unlock the inside sliding glass door and walk into my living room to face the chair. Once I was there, I would see this black cloud-like mist that resembled a fog machine. I would blink a few times, only to look over and see a figure forming. It was my dad. Now, I wasn't scared, but I
Voodoo.
was confused. Why was my deceased father
Either
sitting in
two
front
more
of me,
fake
appearing as
shinies
this black
or
spot?
two more
My little
keepers,
mind could
and then we'll
wrap my
call
head
it.
around it. This routine continued night after night. There had been a night or two when he was a see-through blue mist with a person on his lap, hugging his upper body. I would eventually tell my mum that I thought it was his girlfriend in the afterlife, since he couldn't have mum, even though my mum had been filing for divorce when he died. Originally, I hadn't planned on telling my mum because she was more
Hello,
scientific.
Philip.
There had to be physical proof for something to be happening, Plus, I was a kid and didn't think she'd believe me since we'd had paranormal conversations before. After a while, though, my dad wasn't really my dad, but this distorted figure that you could feel the negativity bounce off and just surround you in fear. The first time I saw this, I immediately turned around and headed straight to my blue room, locking the sliding glass door, pulling the curtains all the way closed, and flew under my bed covers like the kid that I was. I really didn't want to hear "I'm gonna get you" over and over anymore. I just wanted to be left alone. 3 nights of this and I was finally sick of this thing in my house making me scared. It's bad enough I still had my lumberjack and trampoline nightmare. I
Cloud.
didn't need to add another scare on top
Is
of
this
that.
mon gonna be named
I
Tifa?
decided
Would
that I
be
would
pretty
face
funny.
this thing with my metal baseball in hand, as I'd been playing baseball since I could walk, to let him know he
It's a
wasn't
fucking
welcome.
Magikarp.
Unbeknownst to me that night, my mum decided to watch television out in the living room instead of her bedroom. So seeing her daughter fly around the corner with her metal baseball bat made her scream like she was in a real horror movie and jump 5 feet out of her chair. At the time it was far from funny, but looking back I can truly say that I got a good jump scare out of my mum, which is hard to accomplish. Since I decided to be reckless, I had to explain to my mum what the reason for my behavior was. In the end, her response was not what I would expect. "Why didn't you tell me sooner? We'll get the chair out tomorrow before nighttime." Needless to say, I was shocked, but relieved to know that my evil ghost dad would not scare me again, because there was absolutely no chance that we would ever meet once more. As a junior in high school, I had a bad habit of skipping classes with some friends of mine. They weren't necessarily bad friends, but they didn't encourage me to go to the crappy school we had to attend. I mean, the school was literally falling apart from the roof, everything rusted or not working, and the teachers didn't want to be there as much as the students. You could tell it was a miserable place to be. It didn't help that we had our fire alarm pulled every other day, so we walked out onto the football field in 30-degree weather, and it was not my idea of a good time. There was this one day that I wanted to leave early with my best friend of the area. She would call herself British Emily because we didn't have any other friends from her area. She loved to stand out from the rest of the crowd. We ended up going back to my house and started getting ready for my professional pictures that I had later that night. Now, when I got home, I always set my keys in our living room so I don't lose them, because I only had one set at the time. My mother had the other set, and there was absolutely no way I was going to call her and ask for them. I set my keys down as normal. When we go to the house and started the dressing process, which took us, I'd say,
When
over
ends
an
the-
hour. Most of this
I think
time
they
we spent
forgot
in
a
the
letter.
bathroom because we needed the mirror for makeup in our hair. If we weren't in there, we were in my bedroom getting clothes thrown around, trying to find something that would make us boost our confidence for the photos. Once we started finishing up, and we had an hour or two before leaving, we decided we were going to run to the store and just go from there. But what we hadn't connected on were my keys vanishing. We were completely dumbfounded, because neither of us had moved them, and we were even backtracking our steps to see if we'd put them somewhere differently for any reason. Nothing. My friend mentioned that my house might have a key still.
I might try and catch a Dunsparce
I laughed
and see if I can
knowing
get the
that this house was
3
prone to these kind of things,
segment,
where items go missing
the Dunsparce.
without any reason.
I got the 2
About an hour later,
segment
we
to
were a bit
Dunsparce, but not
panicky
the
because
3
we were
one.
running out of time.
I really want to see
So
if I
we
can get the
checked
3
for
one.
weird hiding spots that you wouldn't expect. And yes, we even went outside to see if we dropped them. Somehow, we got back in the car, and an idea to check my mum's room, since that was the only place we hadn't looked, came to us. We get to the room and start nicely ripping it apart. Another 45 minutes in, we find my keys in the upper right-hand corner of my mum's closet. Even as a kid, it was an extremely hard spot to get to. There is absolutely no space, and it's pitch dark, so finding my keys there was mind-blowing. For a moment, we kind of just stared at each other. My friend began laughing and says, "Well, I don't think your dad wants you to go," since she knows about my relationship and history with my dad. Still to this day, 16 years later, my friend and I have absolutely no idea how those keys managed to grow wings and get to the back of my mum's closet. If it was my dad, that was one way to prank me, but stay away from my keys in future, Dad. I don't know a ton about the history of my childhood home, but I know that it was old as hell and one of the creepiest places I've ever lived in. It was a 4-story house with lots of dark spaces and long stairways. Basically, it was really big. There wasn't a moment in that house that I felt like I was truly alone, and there wasn't a hallway that felt truly empty. I was just barely out of toddlerhood when I started to develop severe anxiety. I was afraid to do anything alone. I would always check behind me, sleeping with my head under the covers, seeing things, hearing things, you name it. I'm almost 100% sure that there was something paranormal making me feel that way.
Please just let this hunter have an EV light. That would be
My older brother shared
so
a
funny.
and he always
Please.
slept on the top
Damn
bunk.
it.
His bed was always maybe a foot away from the ceiling, and the attic was right above us. He told me that
Well.
some nights he'd hear adult footsteps right above his head, just
Someone's gonna get a
but
Gengar.
it gets weirder. He told me at one point he woke up to a shadowy figure just laying on the bed with him. He claims the figure had 2 white specks for eyes, and that it wasn't acting malicious, just lying there silently. This might have been some kind of sleep paralysis hallucination, but considering the other events, I wouldn't be surprised if it was some kind of spirit. And now on to the worst one, the playroom. That room was the creepiest thing in the house, and I get shivers just thinking about it.
Oh look, it's a
It sat at the end
coffee.
of a long hallway on the top floor just below the attic. My room was just down the hall from it, and it was always pitch black. I remember staying up at night staring at it, just in case something moved, and I couldn't take my eyes away in fear of something appearing if it did. Somehow, every time I looked at that doorway, the door was wide open. And the door wasn't weak either. It worked perfectly fine and wouldn't open unless you turned the knob. I'd ask my dad to close it before I went to bed, and it would stay closed for a bit until it just slid open again. I'm not a door specialist, but it was just arguably creepy. Now that
Melanie.
we're older and out of the house, me and my brother found out that we shared a terrifying experience.
I don't want to flutter, man. I have plenty of those. Hell, I haven't sent a lot out.
I remember it vaguely. It was a small, neutral, glowing white face in the playroom. It looked a bit like a little kid from my memory. It had no body, just a pure white face in the dark. It was around my height, and its eyes were just kind of not there. I don't remember much, but I remember it was the single most terrifying thing I'd been through. I don't know if I hallucinated or what, but it felt incredibly real at the time. Maybe it was a dream or something, because all I remember is seeing that face, getting scared and running back to my bed. I don't think I screamed, but I seriously don't remember. Thanks to that house, I have been diagnosed with anxiety, and I'm taking medication for it. I am alright now, but I thought it was best to share that too. I was born in 1989, and when I was a bit older, my room was in a big room down on the basement floor. It had that dark floor to ceiling
Lingering
wood paneling
aroma.
covering all the
That's
walls.
odd
And
ability.
I remember that I used to find wood lice in the musty corners of the room. I don't really remember everything that happened there because I was so young, but I remember that I would get scared down there pretty often. My mum told me recently that I would talk about things like people coming out the walls, although I don't remember that. One thing I do remember,
I don't think I have a
being down
Blossom,
there alone
so I'll
during
probably
a big
check that later.
thunderstorm during the summer, and peeking out of the windows to see something really weird out in the yard next to the power pole. As dumb as it sounds, what I saw reminds me now of one of those
Alrighty.
big Moai statue heads. I really didn't get a good look at it. Another time,
That'll be the last
something I
trade
don't
of
really recall
the
scared me
night.
so much
We
that
have
I
like
do
half a
remember
box
desperately
left,
trying to open the
but
door and scream
it's
my
still
head
quite a
off
bit
in
left to
my
go.
pants. Although
So we'll just pause that. Get music going. Excuse me. So, I know I said I was gonna try and get through all 3 boxes, but that took a lot longer than I thought it was gonna take, and we still have half a box left. But yeah, we almost have 2 full boxes of fake shinies, which I'll probably still like wind down after stream and do whatever other stuff. I'll probably just keep doing it, do trades and whatnot. But for now, I gotta call it there because it is getting pretty late, and I still have to get a couple other things done before I myself go to sleep. So sorry I couldn't get through all 3 boxes of 90 Pokemon to trade out, but you know, we got as far as we could. Still got some decent mons in return, but still no Miraidon yet. So I want to try and find some other way to get one. But yeah, maybe if I trade the rest of these out, maybe we will get one at the end of tonight. I don't know, or I don't know, but you know, well, let's see how that's gonna go. But for now, thank y'all very much for joining tonight. I hope you had a good time chilling, hanging out, vibing, listening to the spooky stories and all of that good stuff. And if you did, thank you very much for hanging out. You guys are awesome. All the support tonight has been insane. So again, if you did join from the raid earlier tonight, thank you for sticking around through the raid, hanging out in the stream, all that good stuff. All the support has been insane, so thank you very much. But as always, if you are new, joined us beginning partway through, and you stumbled on in, and you had a good old time hanging out tonight, consider dropping a follow. It is the purple button below the stream, you just, or whatever color it might be. You just click that, get a nice little notification that pops up here on Twitch anytime I go live in the top right corner. And just click that, and you pop over here, get the show vibe, hang out with everyone else. And just have a good old time with the stream and all that stuff. So if you do drop a follow, it helps out to support the stream. It's a lot to me, and helps out a lot more than you think, because we're almost to 1K. We are literally 1 away from 1K. 1 away. I repeat, 1 away. Will we get it? Who knows? We'll see how that's gonna go. But if you do drop a follow, much appreciated, means a lot. And you also get some pretty cool follower emotes used for free anytime you are here. Don't gotta pay nothing for those emotes. They're absolutely free, and you can use them to your heart's content whenever you are here. So enjoy the emotes. They're really good. Just saying. But if you want to follow me elsewhere, follow me on the socials of Twitter, or X as they call it nowadays, and Blue Sky as well, because I post, whenever I go live on both places. Stream schedule also gets posted on both as well. But Twitter will just have it be the pinned message, so you can always check it out there first, and then go over to Blue Sky. And also do post anything regarding streams or whatnot. Random stuff will be on both anyway. So you can follow me on both if you do, much appreciated. And also, in addition to all that stuff, also do post whenever a new YouTube video goes up on the main channel. That way y'all will stay informed on those places in addition to everywhere else. So if you do follow me on both again, much appreciated, means a lot. And thanks again as always. Awesome. And speaking of YouTube, have a VOD channel on as a YouTube. That way if you miss a stream, or if you want to see what happened during a particular part of a stream, go there, check it out, watch the VOD, have them as background noise. Either one is fine with me. So if you do drop a sub on the VOD channel, it helps out a lot. And got more VODs rolling out for the rest of the week, so enjoy the VODs. They're pretty cool, just saying. But if you want more original stuff, you have a main YouTube channel for all of that stuff. Whether it is Gacha, Halo, Pokemon, whatever else, will be up on the main channel right there. Gacha stuff being like FGO, Star Rail, ZZZ. Anytime there's a new banner up, we'll do some polls, see if we can't get lucky with the new character on the banner, and then to see if we get lucky or not. And then I'll turn that session, edit it into a nice little video. That way if you miss it, or if you can't make it to that session, you can catch it up on YouTube, usually later in the week, or on Fridays the following week. But we'll do some polls, and we'll see if we get lucky or not. Which, the FGO polls from yesterday when we did ZZZ and FGO NA for Kukulkan and Ellen. I'll edit those later, get them done, get one for this Friday, and then get the other one done for next Friday. I'll work on that in the morning after I wake up. But latest gacha video went up last Friday, which was the FGO JP Biscone pulls that we did last week. Hope you enjoy it. It was pretty good. And then Halo videos we uploaded every Monday for y'all. Because every week I upload a new Halo highlight from when we play Halo MCC or Infinite or both or one of them. We play Halo every week because I love Halo. It's fun. I love it. I'll always keep playing it. So whether we play them solo or with friends, we just play, have fun, chill, vibe, and hang out, and just have a good old time with Halo. And then I'll turn the session or sessions into a highlight of some of that good stuff, edit that on the weekend, and then have it ready on Monday. So y'all don't have to wait very long for a new highlight every Monday. So there's that. Which latest video was on Monday, which is the Halo MCC highlight from last week, where we got done with Halo 3 Lasso and started ODST Lasso, which was a lot of good moments. So hope you enjoy that. And then I'll turn the Halo MCC from last night, where we finished ODST, and then when we go to play MCC on Thursday, smash that stuff together and upload the highlight on Monday. So be on the lookout for that. And then every Wednesday is when a new Pokemon video will go up on the main channel. No set time on Wednesday, but they will be uploaded every Wednesday for y'all to enjoy. Right now we are still going strong in our first ever ROM hack of Shiny Gold Sigma. It's fun. I love it. It's also difficult, but it's still pretty fun. Right now we're in the final region of Hoenn. We just got some gym battles to do, fight the Elite Four, do one big battle out on Mount Silver, and then we're done with the ROM hack. But until then, the latest episode was number 30. But next episode is going to be 31. That's going to go up this afternoon, so check that out. But there's a playlist of all of the episodes. They can check it all out, binge all of them. So for next Wednesday, will be episode 32. I'll get that edited in the morning as well. Get that ready for next week, so hope you're ready for that. But if Nuzlocks are more your thing, also do have a playlist of the previous Nuzlocks of Heart Gold and Fire Red as well, so you can enjoy that as well. And then any other random videos, if I decide to do anything else, I will let y'all know first. Be like, hey, I got some ideas I want to do. Then I will record them, edit them, and then upload them whenever I have some remaining free time. Between everything else, it will be up on the main channel. So again, link right there to the main channel. Drop a sub to it, get notified when a new YouTube video goes up on that channel. And if you do drop a sub on the main channel, helps to really grow it out a lot. And I hope you enjoy the videos over there. It means a lot to me. And if you do enjoy the videos on the main channel, consider spreading the word. Let other people know. That way we can get more people over there to enjoy all of that good stuff. And if you do that, much appreciated. Thank you. And then last but not least, have a Discord as well. If you want to join it, just click the link right there. If the link doesn't work, just let me know. That I can get the link working again. And then you can join the server, hang out with some awesome people, be chill, comfy vibe, and have an all-around good time. They are really cool people. I say to myself, they're awesome. And then you also get notified when a new tweet goes up, video or VOD gets uploaded to either YouTube channel, and whenever I go live here on Twitch, because I do notify in the server and in addition to everywhere else, so all in one place. So again, link right there to the server. Join the server, and if you do join the server, welcome to the cave called this wonderful place. It would be a pleasure to have you. So thanks again. You're awesome. Through. But yeah, so what a great night. We got some trading done. So we'll see what the rest of the trading is gonna be like. Whether or not they're gonna go well. You know. But yeah. But yeah. So we have our rated target for the night. We have rated it before, but we shall do so again, because why the heck not? It is a redemption raid, because I kind of messed it up last time, because I thought they were playing Helldivers, but they're actually playing Elden Ring, and my brain was fried, and I thought they were doing it, but yeah. So we'll raid them again, because why the heck not? And yeah, so gonna be raiding our good friend Z1, the only fellow mod of this channel. Our good friend Thedric, who is currently playing some Elden Ring. I made sure to get it right this time. So do support him if you can. He is an awesome dude. He deserves all the heckin' support, because he's awesome and he does great stuff. So raid and message is right there, the good old-fashioned dragon raid. So if you are subbed or you have 100 channel points, use the huggy emotes and some good hugs and good vibes their way, because they do heckin' deserve it. So yeah. But again, thank y'all very much for an awesome stream. No Wednesday stream, because I'll be busy doing a lot of editing and stuff, so no stream. But we'll be back on a Thursday to play more Halo MCC with friends. Get back and do some multiplayer fun time, so hope you're ready for that. But y'all have a good rest of your day and or night, and I will catch y'all later.